Peace, peace, peace. 1 second. Hey, Ocean Lover, how are you today?
I'm good, Empress. Peace.
Peace,
Peace, peace.
Yes, yes. So we here in the chat. I was trying to see if some other members would make it. Let's see. So I'm gonna put that in here, and in here, and in there. All right. So I done sent it to everybody. I sent it to Crystal too. Okay. Hey Susan, how are you doing today?
Hey,
Can
Empress,
y'all
I'm
see
good.
me?
Good. Yes.
Okay, good. Because I know it's like the sun glare always. It seems like every time, and it's 2 o'clock, but it don't matter. Every time I get on the chat with y'all, it's like that sun just go to like beaming extra bright. It don't be that bright
It's
until I get on here, but I guess it's all of y'all radiating. Um, So today is going to be a good discussion. It might be a little long. I'm hopefully not, but like it's a Bobby Hemmitt video that I'm going to play, and I'm going to be stopping it throughout periodically. What I'm thinking about doing is doing a series because the video is 7 hours long, and I've been trying to think about doing something with the group where we could all interact and learn things together. You understand what I'm saying? On the spiritual discussion, decipher and share knowledge. And I think that because we're going into a really good time where, we're acquiring the serpent wisdom, or we will acquire the serpent wisdom, and now we getting ready to go into this year. You know what I'm saying? The year of the snake. And it's a lot of cosmic alignments that have taken place and that are getting ready to take place. On the 28th, we got a really big one coming up, and throughout those weeks and stuff. And so I think that, during this time, there's a lot of distractions for us spiritually as people. And it's really is like a information battle, a spiritual battle, you understand, that's manifesting into the physical. And the way I want to tie this in is I want to begin this discussion talking about a story. And the reason why I want to talk about this story is because I think as awakened people, we have to begin to look at what the human beings is doing and really analyze, what we're seeing and what the signs and the signals is. And one thing that I'm noticing that's apparent that I want to bring to the forefront, it's not just melanated women, but it's women in general. It's an attack on the feminine principle. And for me, as a melanated woman, but it's not just a melanated woman, but it is a real attack when you look in the media and you get bombarded right now, and all you see is articles of, I'm sorry to say it, but for me and my feed, I don't know what y'all feeds look like, but it's melanated women committing horrible crimes like against their kids, or women in general, because I've seen some women of other races too that have been committing homicide against themselves, homicide against their kids, leaving their kids in deplorable living conditions. And, and I think that it's a lot of, it's an attack on the Great Sophia principle. You understand what I'm saying? And it's about mind control, and it's really a psychological war. And so I want to start out talking about this case because it seems like that's what's bombarding the media right now. You have the criminalization, it seems, of a certain set of people. But understand this all has spiritual implications too, because if the knowledge and the wisdom and the ascension to the higher dimensions is supposed to come from the same people that you're labeling as criminals, you understand what I'm saying? And that's going to make people more or less likely to listen to their message, and it's going to make it more easy for you to put control opposition in there in the way, you understand what I'm saying, to really control how far a people ascend or how far their mind go, or try to, I would say, hijack our movement, hijack spirituality. Like what I've been seeing is a lot lot of false idols that's been raised up, in addition to the attacks on us, I think, from the criminalization of, you understand, what it looks like as immigrant or melanated beings, but also the rising of certain figures in social media that is definitely now is becoming so apparent that was control opposition. And it's like they give you stuff to pacify us. Like they're giving us enough to pacify us, but it's with an agenda. You understand what I'm saying? Because if you pacified, if I seem like I'm catering to you, really I'm not giving you nothing but what I want you to have. Like, bruh, if you gonna be satisfied with getting a Super Bowl show, I really ain't gotta get off this land. If you satisfied with just a month, you understand what I'm saying? I ain't got to give you back the rest of the calendar days. You kind of see where I'm going with this. It's like I'm not really giving you a choice, but if I'm giving what I'm giving you, it can satisfy you, then I'm controlling all the board. I'm controlling your mind because you don't think it's nothing higher than that. You understand, like when he did whatever he did with all of this DEI and stuff like that, everybody in an uproar. I'm like, bruh, because you in the mindset of diversity and inclusion got something to do with you. The only competition really is yourself. They just need to get out your way. You understand what I'm saying? It's like we have to learn that we got to take back control of the narrative, and we're going to have to power our minds to change all of this. And it's going to have to take us into uncomfortable places, and we really going to have to begin to use our mouth and our minds to begin to shift these narratives, because it's a war on information. It's a war on our mind. And so that's how I'm starting this discussion out, with the war on the mind. So does anybody have any questions before we start to get into it? Y'all sure nobody got no questions, anything they want to say?
Nah.
All right, tribe. So I'm sharing my screen. So I'm finna start out in my saved messages. And this story I covered in a brief little bit in current events. I don't know if any of you all was on the chat, but this is really deep. This story, it's been on my mind. You understand what I'm saying? Did any of you all hear about this lady? Her name is Kelli Bryant, and she left her 3 kids in the house up there in Potomac, Michigan, and they was in there with all of the filth and everything like that.
Yes, the house was
Don't
absolutely
make no sense.
disgusting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So hold on. I think one of these is the video where so basically what's going on here, y'all, is I feel like it's a lot of stuff at play here, because I feel in a way, because they're bringing up all of these, it's 2 things at play. One thing is that the divine feminine, melanated women with a soul, just period, you really is under spiritual attack. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
This is real. From the other side, you understand what I'm saying? It really is demons that's walking in people. And something that was apparent to me about this story that stuck out was when they said, like, in all of these stories, like, these stuff happened, like, right around 2019, 2020, 4 years ago, when all of this, like, when we had the dimensional shift, y'all, it was a shift. That's why they had to shut everything down, really, because everything shifted. Like after COVID, we was in a different reality. I mean, I hope I don't have to argue that point. I think everybody on this chat awakened enough to know that it was a split that occurred sometime then. And I think during that split, we lost some people for real. Like when people was in the house, absolutely, and we was messed. Some people was awakening and other people wasn't. I think we lost some people. And so this case right here is interesting to me because for a lot of reasons. So I'm going to play some of these videos and then I'm going to break down like my thoughts on it or whatever. Because the way that they playing it, it's a lot of signals in this, but it's going to lead me to the Bobby Hemmitt video, because what's going on right now is we really is in a psychological battle, a spiritual battle, and it's a lot going on. Because think about all the melanated women right now who is awakening, who's doing positive things for our community, who out here, who doing stuff. You don't see any of those stories in the media. None of the stuff. You understand that we are doing. You got some women that's doing stuff right now. But what you see a bombardment with is women like Jaguar Wright, and all she talking about is what's going on with the Diddy case, and that's more smearing us, smearing each other. Like, understand, it's bad shit that happened, but it's still control opposition, because if I'm distracting you with this, then you not looking over here. You understand what I'm saying? While y'all getting distracted with this, everything your ancestors just marched, fought, and bled for, I just stripped from you. And is you ready for that, though? You understand what I'm saying? Because really, we didn't need that, but is you ready for that? Most people not. So you understand, then on top of that, you got the psychological wars that's going on. And I feel like this case is a big case of that, because like the way that they degrading this woman into being subhuman, it can get associated with all, like, y'all listen. We talking about propaganda. We talking about conditioning of people to think of people as subhuman so you could do whatever to them. So this is not just a war against people with melanin skin. This also finna be a war against people who poor, which melanin people is most of those people. So understand, if I can criminalize you, make you look at poor melanated women and men as criminals, understands, as subhuman, as not even fit to be here, as I need to sentence you to life because you sold the phone, or the death penalty. Are y'all following where I'm going with this a little bit? It's conditioning you for something.
I do, Empress, and I kind of look at it like a double-edged sword in regards to, for me, I always think about these stories in a way as, are these people who decided to take the, you know what, and I wonder if they're being controlled by way of that. But in addition to speaking about being subhuman, a lot of those people who did opt into receiving that, their DNA, their genome is actually being altered. They're not, they're no longer being considered human. They know what's taking place within those people. And so, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, the way that I look at it.
It is, but for this case, I don't even know if this is a victim. I don't even think this is a hot sauce situation as much as I think this is a walk-in situation right here with this lady. And this
Gotcha.
is like, I think this is a demonic possession type of situation right here. And I think it's like mental health with melanated women needs to be principal and apparent right now, because what they don't understand is, as these dimension conversion, you understand you a vessel, bruh. And if you not taking control of your seat, somebody else, something else can, bruh.
That's true.
And what I'm noticing is, it's like these high art demons is going through these women to attack their star seeds. You understand? Like, that's the way I'm seeing it, because that's the generation that's really getting ready to have to fight, y'all. It ain't finna be us. We gonna lay a little bit of the foundation, but the real fight getting ready to come with our kids, bro. I guarantee you, bro. We gonna be, getting up, you understand, but our kids and then they kids, you understand what I'm saying? That's where it's really coming from. And so when you look at it like that, if you, before the star seed could even get here and get they aura good, got them in a house of filth with the jinns, bro, what is you bringing forth?
Yeah, that's big.
I see that.
In 4 years, y'all, get the number 4. That's the hex number, bro. That's a box. That's a square. You understand? Like, all of this stuff is connected. And I'm like, I be deciphering stuff. So I be looking at the spiritual plays on this stuff too. So I was just analyzing and I was looking at some of these videos. So these a couple of them that stuck out to me. So I just want to play them real quick. And then I'm going to just hit y'all with something just to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and then this is going to lead into the Bobby Hemmitt video with the serpent wisdom. Because when we see like stuff like this, for us as awakened souls, we got to really start hitting them with our serpent mind now, because everything ain't never as it seems. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always an agenda within an agenda with these people. So her name Kelli Bryant, which that's interesting in itself.
Now for what's trending in true crime, stunning new developments in the case of 3 Michigan children abandoned by their mother, police say, and left to fend for themselves for years. Look at this. We now got mom's mugshot. This is 34-year-old Kelli Bryant. She is the accused, waking up behind bars this morning, accused of 3 counts of first-degree child abuse, looking at life in prison if she is convicted. Officers found the children, siblings ages 15, 13, and 12, an older boy and 2 younger girls, when the landlord asked for a welfare check. Look at these pictures. So the landlord called attention to the police for the welfare check because Bryant stopped paying her rent in October.
The defendant instructed the kids that they were not to answer the door or leave the house. All 3 children expressed fear about what their mother's response would be if they left the home. Defendant concealed the children from family and friends and lied about who was caring for the kids and their whereabouts.
It's believed that the children had been living like that for 4 years. Can you imagine not being allowed to leave the house? The mother allegedly put fear in them, fear, if they would have left that house, of what would have happened to them. So now we're wondering, what's mom's defense going to be? Let's talk about it. Let's bring in our legal eagles. Still with me.
That's video number 1. Anybody got any thoughts on that? You know, it's a lot of other races of women that's killing kids right now, and it ain't all over court TV and getting a big deal. That's first thing. The second thing is the media loves to push this narrative of fear, Now, don't get me wrong, this lady is unfit, y'all, but just go with where the narrative going. You understand? Bad mother, unfit for motherhood. Like, y'all, that's what they did to us when they started sterilizing us back in the day. They would say that, like, as a human being, you was unfit to be able to raise kids, to rear kids, like you were passing on. Like, this is eugenics, y'all. This is coded signaling. This is trying to condition the mind of white people, you understand, to think that people, melanated women in them places, it's bad mothers, y'all. I'm telling y'all, that's how they gonna see it. You ain't got no balance with it. Where's the mothers in Detroit that's taking, or up there that's taking care of their kids? The last other story we just seen, another woman with some type of mental health illness. These women got problems, y'all. Look, you done let your kids freeze in the car. One child got on a t-shirt and a pull-up. These women ain't just bad. Like, something's wrong. You understand what I'm saying? But why is the media highlighting those particular stories? You understand? And there's so much spell work and stuff that's being said in this stuff. Like, it's just ridiculous. And court TV, like, you got to understand about the court. You understand? You got the lower court, which is down here, but then you got something happening on the higher court too. You understand what I'm saying? It really is a crucifixion of the great Sophia, because you still Sophia, whether you at your highest or your lowest. You can't say God ain't God. That's just God stripped down to the worst. What we would consider the worst, the lowest angle. That woman done been stripped down so much or whatever in her so bad, she ain't even got no nurture left. Like, that shit's real. So that was the first video I looked, and I was just like, so it's on court TV. So now we got legal experts trying to analyze all this stuff. Ain't nobody gave this woman no mental health check or nothing. Like, that's the first thing I would have said. What's going on up here? You understand? Like, don't get me wrong, what this woman done was bad, and I'm not saying that she don't deserve what she getting, but I'm just saying, like, there's no, like, for these women, you understand what I'm saying, until you hear the stories and stuff, like, they was getting ready to crucify the father too, until the father had the paperwork showing that he had been trying to get the kids, so they thought they had two for a second. I'm telling y'all, it's ugly. So this right here, look at her age, 34. That's the number 7. Y'all, we in the 8th man. Y'all, they fucking with some shit here. So they done arraigned her in Pontiac. And y'all, just look up the history of Pontiac. You know, them Indians and stuff up there that was fighting and stuff. It's a big history up there, y'all. Some people, all of y'all, most of y'all know about it. Like, it's a lot of disgruntled ancestors and shit up there, yo, temples underground. It's just shit going on. But what I noticed about this was that she got a black judge, but she got a white attorney. So it's kind of like almost, you know, the black woman is justice, right? Justice is the melanated woman. You understand? Like that, the first lady justice was melanated. I'm telling y'all the truth. I ain't got to make it up over there. Pitch black. I'm for real as hell. I'm for real as hell. This is not a lie. Before even America was thought about, that principle, because them principles came from Ma and them. You understand what I'm saying? So that was before any of this got thought of. Okay, so they playing with us, y'all, because we, first of all, this how far we done fell that we feel like we could be judged in the lower court. But over and understand, this the lower court is something happening on the higher court. And it's extra hard judgment when a melanated woman judge another. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you hitting them both, like, bruh, you hitting some spell work here. So I was looking and I'm like, bruh, they televising it for people to see. And to me, you understand what I'm saying? The judge is not wrong, but it's the perception of it. You understand? Like, if it was a white judge, people would have took it differently, like the digs that she made at this woman, and she didn't have all of the facts straight when she was setting her bail. Don't get me wrong, it's a heinous crime, but the judge was putting extra stuff in there that she was saying about this woman that was actually prejudice, because we don't know yet what the fuck was going on. We are all assuming right now, and don't get me wrong, it's a lot of circumstantial evidence, but get this, when you in court, you're supposed to speak a certain way, and you're supposed to deal in facts and evidence, right or wrong, right? So when you got televised court, and then you throwing in extra things, you understand, to hit the perception. We already think bad enough about it. We really don't need no extra hits, but you're doing that for a reason. And they couldn't have put a white judge in that seat to do that, because then it would have looked racist. So they had to put one of us in there to tear us down. But then over and understand who the person that was defending her, a white woman, is her attorney. And the white woman is telling the judge that she got the facts wrong. And I'm like, this is crazy as hell. Because how is it that it's reversed, that the person has got mercy for the Black woman under demonic attack, and that's her representative in the court is the white woman, but you got the Black woman that can't see that. You understand, and ready to execute her with the death penalty. The shit's real. Like, I don't know. I just looked at that and I was like, wow. Because you have to have a melanated woman has to stand in the gate as the judge, yo. Like, it's real. Because that's the first principle of it, y'all. So it's like spell work going on here. Like, it's an arraignment. Like, that word like means something more than just like all of these terms and stuff they use, and you guys mean more than just legally. It's legally, it mean more than just that. You got to know the legalese and the spell work and what's going on. So we seen this woman, and we already seen she on court TV. We got everybody saying like she the worst. You understand? And she bad. Don't, like, they find the right ones. Don't get me wrong. But you could find some other cases of women that's just as degraded that you could put up here right now. Why right now? Why in this time right now? And then look what station it is. Local 4. Man, you can't make this shit up. Like, you really can't make it up. Like, it's right there in your face. Even the station Local 4 in a red box, y'all. Come on. And she wearing an orange jumpsuit too, y'all. Just look at this.
$0 Grubhub delivery fees with Prime. Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees apply.
Just look at for a second.
With the Kelli Bryant matter. For the record, Ms. Caragano, you've had an
Imagine making $453,000 in a single month.
Regarding the charges in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
And are you waiving the reading of the journal information and complaint this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, waive reading, stand mute, ask the judge not guilty plea on her behalf. I did advise her of the nature of the offenses, the maximum possible penalties, as well as gave her basic constitutional rights.
All right, this matter is hereby assigned to Honorable Judge Cynthia Walker. She will be back before her on for a probable cause conference March 4th, 2025, for a probable cause conference with an exam date set for March 11th, 2025. Ms. Bryant, that exam date is a tentative date depending upon everyone's schedule, but by the court rule, we have to set a date to keep it going. That will be at 9 o'clock. The PCC, the probable cause conference, is at 1:30. Of course, if you're unable to retain an attorney, and a court-appointed attorney will be provided for you to help you navigate and to communicate before Judge Walker on your next court date in this matter. Pretrial services relative to bond, but for the record, Ms. Caragano, are you in receipt of the pretrial services report bail recommendation in this matter?
Your Honor, and I did discuss it with my client.
Okay, all right.
I am, yes.
Okay, and have you read and reviewed that?
I did do that in the breakout room, Your Honor. Sorry, there's a lot of feedback, I think, from the jail screen. I think that's our problem. Right now.
Our problem is from the jail screen.
And I talked to her.
Okay, all right. So they're recommending release with conditions in this matter, so we're going to go from there. We have the PCC date. I'm going to have you speak to bond, and then I'll make my decision as to bond, and I'll also have prosecution speak to bond. Ms. Caragano, you're asking the court to accept the recommendation as provided by pretrial services?
I am, Your Honor. MCR 6.106, if you go through those conditions, provide that a personal recognizance bond with any conditions should be provided unless Ms. Bryant fell under some of the very specified exceptions to personal bond that are listed. The court can also provide a cash bond if the court finds that Ms. Bryant is either a risk to the community or a flight risk. This particular case is serious, and we're not denying that it's a very serious case. However, I don't believe that the facts and circumstances of the case give any indication that Ms. Bryant is a risk to the community at large. In addition to that, there is no indication that Ms. Bryant is a flight risk. She's a lifelong resident of the county. She was residing within the city limits of this community. She, was employed, and she has ties to the community. In speaking to her, she also is asking that the court consider a tether, which could be part of a bond if the people had any concerns that she posed a flight risk. I do think, the recommendation from pretrial services is in line with the Michigan court rules, understanding that it is a very serious offense. But the court rules are what they are. And they do provide that Ms. Bryant should be released on a personal bond with conditions, so that's what I'm asking the court to do.
Ms. Green, would you like to address the court regarding bond in this matter?
Thank you, Your Honor. I did have the opportunity to look at the pretrial services report. I know, Your Honor, just where to facts yesterday, and that those are fresh in your
memory. One moment, please. I'm going to mute the jail. Camera, and go ahead, Ms. Green.
Thank you. I did have the opportunity to review the pretrial services report. I know that Your Honor just listened to the swear to facts yesterday, and I'm sure that those are fresh in your memory. I am requesting in this case, I do agree with Ms. Kirandango regarding MCR 6.106 to the extent that you may not deny bond, but this court has the authority to put in place a high cash bond with conditions, and I believe that it appears that Ms. Bryant is not employed, and that her resident status may be transient, so I consider her, and I think that the facts of this case portray her as a potential flight risk, and that there are 3 victims in this case that she should absolutely be prohibited from having contact with. So I'd ask that the court add a specific no contact provision as it relates to the 3 minor victims in this case. And if the court would like me to go on, I can.
No. What I found very suspicious in the report for pretrial services, there's 2 different addresses given to her. So I agree with you, Ms. Green, that one could opine that she's transient. She's from here, she's from there. We don't know where she resides. I do find her an acute.
Pay attention to that now, y'all.
Into any minor children under the age of 18, let alone the 3 minor children that she is a mother to. With that in mind, I agree with Ms. Kirandango. I cannot deny her bond. That is, of course, my first knee-jerk reaction was to deny her bond. However, because I find her acute danger, I find her a continued danger to the children. My main concern is, I don't know who, if anyone, that the children have been given to. If it is a family member, I'm concerned that she still may have contact with a family member from the jail with instructions to continue to engage in fear tactics to forbid the children from cooperating with authorities in their continued investigation in this matter. For that reason alone, I'm giving her a $250 million bond.
$250 million. Keep that number in your mind.
Only. The other aspects, should she post said bond, she is not to have any contact with these children by family members, third-party agents, or friends. So, Ms. Bryant, I want you to understand, any phone calls from the jail, should you're unable to post this bond, is recorded. Should the court find out that you are sending messages to engage in further fear tactics and intimidation of the children, your phone privileges will be removed. You're not to have, in fact, any contact should you post this bond with any children under the age of 18. In this matter, if you post this bond, you should be supervised by pretrial services, no alcohol or drugs, no weapons or firearms, and a GPS tether with a verified address, because I'm concerned pretrial services has indicated 2 different reported addresses for you. I don't believe anyone knows where you have been staying, madam.
You hear her now, right?
History. Anything further regarding the bond, Ms. Caragongo, Ms. Green?
Just ever so briefly, they had no issues finding my client to arrest her. So I just want the record to be clear on that.
Ms. Green?
Your Honor, you have before you information that the defendant has been lying about her whereabouts, the whereabouts regarding what she was telling where the children were. So you have a lot on this record in terms of inconsistencies with her location and the information that she's given to put in place this high cash bond.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation in this matter. Ms. Bryant, you are thanked and excused from the camera. Ms. Caragongo, Ms.
I played that whole thing because I wanted y'all, because it's going to tie into that Bobby Hemmitt video. Because it's always a reality, you guys, and then it's always something going on. You understand? Deeper. It's an occult reality, and then it's a reality that everybody watching.
Speaking of, Empress, my apologies for interjecting like that, but
go ahead.
Watching the video, I was pulling up the etymology because you were mentioning even just the fact that it was broadcast on Local 4. L-O in the word loco, it means to look. And then that C-A-L, it actually means look at a charge being brought against someone.
Thank you.
So literally, you're absolutely, you own to something, Empress, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you already just mentioned the vibration of the number 4. So,
right.
Yeah.
They broadcasted this, they spell it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you notice, if you're a judge on their court, you're not one of the people that's for us. That's a secret society in itself.
Mm-hmm.
That's too late. Now, you notice that judge got up there. Oh, she's a threat. All of this stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. But they kept on saying she ain't got no residence. We don't know where she resides. You notice how they kept on saying that? She transient. Bruh, that spell work right there, because you is transient. Your soul don't reside nowhere. It don't have no legal residence. When you claim a legal residence, you throw yourself off the throne. And then you play on their court. So they fucking with the shit. Because I'm going to show you that yes, they do know where she reside. They was just putting that in there because that's part of the spell. This spiritual discussion, so we gonna go deep on their ass. We're not gonna be superficial.
I say.
Now watch this shit. Actually, I'm gonna go to the link. So tell me if y'all could see my YouTube, because I don't want to play his whole thing. I want to skip to the part.
Here's the viral hack that's making people rich. If you've been in a car accident in the past few years.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Steve. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video.
Yes.
Okay. So this right here is the Dynamic Reason channel. And so basically the media went to the house where she was staying at and interviewed the woman that was there. And she stayed 6 minutes. She was staying 6 minutes away from the residence. And what this is going to reveal is she used to come and actually park outside, and the kids were speaking to the neighbors, y'all.
So somebody had to have known something all that time.
Thank you. And the whole point is the judging them in their reign, and y'all don't know a residence. Yes, y'all do. So y'all just you understand the spell work in there, y'all. Just like the 25 million, that's the 2 and the 5, the 5-star. You understand the 25 is a multiple of 5 times 5. Binding her on Allah, arm, leg, arm, head, and up high. Then you take the 2 pillars, which is times, and then down low. You understand what I'm saying? That's 25. You understand? That's the concept of 25. Just breaking that down. Because even with the 2 and the 5, if you make those into what they really are, because there's no such thing as 25. You got 2, which is X, or the 2 pillars, and then you got 5, which is the V, and you break all of those down, those turn into a ray, which is you, your angle. Serious business. So even the 25, 250 million, that's some spell word. That number meant something. Like, it ain't like she just pulled 200. Like, it ain't like they just pulled that out of nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? It pulled. You understand? Because it could have been any million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why 25? Because you buying her above and below. She in lower court. She done gave up her rights to a degree. But I thought this was interesting right here. Like I said, hold on, I want to get to it, because here it go right here.
And after hearing this, it makes the story that much more worse. Take a look.
But we begin tonight with questions still swirling regarding 3 children that investigators say were abandoned for years inside a Pontiac home. Where was the mom living that whole time? Welcome to 7 News Detroit at 6. I'm Carolyn Clifford.
And I'm Mike Duffy. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, Kelli Bryant is facing federal charges of child abuse after investigators discovered her children living in filth and squalor for years. And today, our team found out where Bryant may have been living.
And that's not all. 7 News Detroit reporter Sarah Michaels is also listening to the children's grandparents tonight, and a neighbor who says he actually had interactions with the kids before.
Up until this point, many of us believed that the 3 children living in this home had no contact with anyone except for their mother for nearly 5 years. Well, today we learned that at least a handful of times they did call out to a neighbor. Was it just that one time?
Maybe 2 or 3 times.
A father himself, Jamar Johnson, tells me he felt the need to share that he heard the 3 kids abandoned in squalor in this Pontiac home. For 6 months, he has lived 2 doors down, and occasionally they yelled out their window to him.
It's, they say, hey, nice car. But, and I might wave back at them, but that's it. There's no way that I could have known that they were in a terrible situation.
Johnson says, how could he know that the room the children were calling from was stacked 4 feet high with mold, feces, and trash? He says he never saw them outside, but he saw their mother, 34-year-old Kelli Marie Bryant.
She would be outside for hours and hours with a friend.
Johnson says Bryant was always in a car with a friend. He never saw her go inside, and he wonders, who was that friend? Did they know who Bryant was hiding?
She's from here, she's from there, we don't know where she resides.
So many have been wondering where Bryant herself lived while her children sat in isolation. Court documents show 2 addresses. At one of them, I talked to a woman who confirmed Bryant was living here.
Were you guys living together?
The house is about 6 minutes away from where Bryant's children were. The woman behind the door telling me that Bryant always told them the kids were with their dad, and Bryant actually played with other people's kids. The 3 children, ages 15, 13, and 12, are currently staying with their maternal grandpa. Over the phone, their paternal grandpa, Samuel White, tells me he and the kids' father have been trying to see the kids for years.
But it just hurt because it's not the fact that she had to take them through that. Why would she do that and that wasn't the situation?
White says that he personally asked Bryant to bring the kids around. The answer was always no. Begging the final question, and perhaps the biggest question, why would she do this? How are you guys coping with that?
I mean, it's sickening because it was like we wasn't running from the situation. We always asked about them. They doing all right, but it's a lot of scar there. It's a lot of scars.
Bryant will be back in court March 4th for a probable cause conference. In Pontiac, Sarah Michaels, 7 News Detroit.
Guys, you heard it.
All right. That's my last one on that. Y'all, there's so much angles and stuff in that, the kids' ages, when you break those down, you understand that's a code. If you put it in gematria, she stayed 6 minutes away. Like, y'all, come on.
What I found ironic about the story is the fact that they were teenagers and they could have cried out for help to anyone at any time. And I would wonder why they didn't.
But she is still so much fear in them. Or was they possessed, y'all? Or was they possessed? Like, look, melanated people need to start looking at themselves as more than just physical beings. You understand what I'm saying? It'll get us so much further. And I just think that whoever was in that car, if they knew them kids was in there, they needed to get charged. And I knew it wasn't no way possible that them neighbors couldn't have knew it was kids in that house. So if that man only stayed there 6 months and he's seen them kids, what about all them other people?
Yeah, and I think they also mentioned something about the grandparents as well. Where were the grandparents of all of this?
You know, it's a total failure of the system. But I think that the way that they playing that is they playing it to, y'all, it's coming. It's inching up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when I go on YouTube, all of the popular content creators or whatever, all they got is stories about violence on melanated women, all kind of stories off of TikTok and stuff about girls getting killed and girls killing each other. And you got stories about one little boy or whatever. Well, not he not no little boy. He a grown man, 27. He making his living off giving HIV to young black boys and stuff and going live on Facebook. Like, it's some of the most degradative content, demonic content that I think I have ever seen ramping up. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm like, I know what it's about, because right now we're in the time of the Jubilee and they're really trying to lower the frequency, but they're attacking the star seeds, you understand? And they're attacking their brain, you understand? Because it's their creativity and our creativity that's supposed to lead us somewhere else. So they coming after they mind real heavy. And so when I was looking at that and I saw all of that signaling and I was seeing all of the stories, you know, they came out with 2 stories out of Detroit about the mothers up there with their kids. And I'm just like, bruh, Michigan, that area, Potomac, because that's not too far from you. Like, bruh, y'all just be on alert, because they sending a lot of signal about melanated mothers up there and bad shit. You understand? So just keep your kids ready. Keep yourself ready. Keep your mind ready. All of us need to, but I just look at that as signals too. And I think when you start to look at it like that, not saying what she did was not horrible, but they select certain stories to put out for a reason. Because trust me, she ain't the only mother that's done something that's horrible to the kids that you don't know about. Because right now, you could probably go right over there to Asheville and find some kids living like that in some of them fucked up ass houses that FEMA didn't come and help. Who think I'm playing? Y'all think they ain't out there living like that? Or even worse?
In Asheville?
Yeah, down over there where
Absolutely.
Yes, they ain't got plumbing or nothing, bruh. So it's not, you understand what I'm saying? So why? That's why I go back to. You know what I'm saying? You have to ask why you put certain stuff out at certain times. So this next video that I'm going to play, and I'm going to be stopping through it periodically or whatever. Like, I'm going to probably pause it like every 10 minutes because it's a long video, but this is a series. I think I'm going to go through these videos as a series because it's really deep. But you all know that we're having a cosmic alignment. Let me see. I think I put that in our chat. The video explaining the alignment that's coming.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought I put it in here somewhere. Let me see if I find it. Here it go, right here. Let me just play this little snippet.
On February 28th, all 7 planets will align in the sky, On this day, Mercury joins the planet parade, completing the full alignment in the sky. Just as the 7 planets align in the sky, the 7 chakras of your body align with universal energy. Ancient traditions teach that the 7 chakras are energy centers that affect your mind, body, and soul. When the planets align, they create a powerful opportunity to balance these energy centers and unlock clarity, creativity, and your ability to attract abundance. On February 28th, take a moment to focus on alignment. Close your eyes and visualize each chakra lighting up from your root to your crown. Breathe deeply and repeat this affirmation. I am aligned with cosmic energy. My mind, body, and soul are in perfect harmony. Save this video so you don't miss this chance to align your energy. Click the link in our bio.
Ashe. So it's a wonderful time right now. And I mean, the alignment's already begun. I don't know if y'all have been noticing any changes, but I done been just extra sleepy going to the astral realm. That's what I've been doing. But
Same here.
yeah, just extra sleepy, boy, just extra sleepy. And then I wake up and it's another volcano or something done just broke loose. So I think like this time right here is different than any other time though, you guys, because this cosmic alignment is like something that don't happen but in eons. You understand what I'm saying? Like we really have a time to really link back with our soul. You understand? And most of us done already done that and received our cosmic crowns, but it's going to be like a wonderful time for upgrades and manifesting your destiny. You understand what I'm saying? So during these days, you know what I'm saying, these upcoming days, we in such a void period that it's just good to program your mind with positive thoughts, positive energy, be fasting, you know what I'm saying? And the reason why you fasting is because you want to use your energy not to break down food, but you want to use your energy to ascend. You understand what I'm saying? And so that's the beauty of fasting or whatever, because when you eat, you actually divert blood from your brain to your other brain, which is your stomach. You understand? So the science of fasting is not about starving, but it's actually about controlling where the blood flow is going at certain times during the day when we have certain alignments. So that's what the fast is about. So, you know, getting your body in tune, being able to handle the energy, grounding, meditate, and doing things that help to open up your creativity, because we getting the serpent energy. And y'all, I'm telling you, the change in people you already seeing. The shutdown in world systems you already seeing. Like it's gonna happen. It's almost gonna seem like in a flash. That's how I feel like it's going now. I feel like it's just going so quickly. And I feel like this year is just gonna speed by. You understand what I'm saying? But in this year, when you look around, you're gonna see that a lot of stuff done happened, a lot of shit done shifted, a lot of stuff done changed. You gonna be done changed. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that these serpent lectures that Bobby Hemmitt was giving was so powerful, you understand, because it's beautiful, because he was talking about then, but actually he talking about now too. And you can build off of what he was saying, and you can actually see what's going on now and see how they were setting it up then and he was hitting on it, and how what they set up is manifesting now with the programming of the mind and trying to control our serpent wisdom. You understand? Because that's what's done came back, our energy, our thought, our naga. You understand? Our codes is back, and that's what the battle really is for, because that's the difference between a mortal man and, you know what I'm saying, and us. That's the difference between a human being and a god. Honestly, it's being able to link with your soul and to have that power. You understand? Because once you there, you can manifest anything. So that's why they like abundance, because the universe don't operate in nothing but abundance, tribe. So any questions before I go to the Bobby Hemmitt, or anybody want to say anything? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this video in like 10-minute increments. I'm going to take myself down. And then what I'll do is every 10 minutes, I'm going to come back up and I'm going to check with y'all and see if y'all want to keep going, you understand? And I'll break down, or we could talk about and discuss what he said, because it's really like, these lectures is really deep. Has anybody watched those Serpent lectures? They actually got him on YouTube. That's why I chose him too, because like he got some real deep ones on Patreon. But I'm like, everybody ain't got money to be paying, you know what I'm saying? Or, budget, balling on a budget. Okay, good. So this will be some of y'all's first time watching this Serpent, the Serpent lecture or whatever. Like I just called them, like I binge watched them like 3 days ago, and I was like, bro, I gotta bring this to the tribe. This is some good knowledge. Okay, so let me come off the screen. Can you all see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful.
Hey neighbor, you switched to T-Mobile home internet yet? Trim your head.
Oh, this is
it's 35.
Let's go to my history. Okay, so this is the first lecture, y'all. Sorry for the ad. So this is the first lecture, and it's called The Rise of the Cosmic Serpent. This is part 1. It's on Serious Times Media. So like I said, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play 10 minutes of it. And then I'm going to come back, I'm going to come down, and we could talk about the first 10 minutes, and we'll just keep going like that, for as long as everybody interested in it. But I think it's a really good lecture for what we going through now. Like, it's going to hit on a lot of stuff. So can you all see my screen?
No.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
No.
Okay. Let me come back in. It always do that. I gotta leave and come back. Okay. I don't know what be going on with Telegram. Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Can y'all see Elder Bobby Hemmitt here?
Yes.
Okay, so this is The Rise of the Cosmic Serpent, you guys. So I'm going to play the first 10 minutes, then I'm going to stop it and check in with y'all, and we could break down the first 10 minutes.
And pretty much what we want to do now is try to make this an audience participation more like a black think tank. I always thought that was pretty cool, and I thought that we always needed to deal with it on that particular level as far as what little minds we have left. And when I say that minds we have left, we're not necessarily talking about standard education. You know what I'm saying? And also, too, we also know that we even have a aspect of the conscious community that goes to sleep. And the particular aspect is we dare not think outside of the box. At this particular time, we must push our minds to the limit. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than about a jazz special here 2 years ago, Ken Burns Jazz, and it was talking to Duke Ellington. They was driving around Central Park, and the guy said, "You need classical training." He said, "I ain't got time to have no classical training." He said, "I don't have time for no classical training and all this kind of thing here." And the guy turned to him and said, "I tell you what, think of everything that you know that makes common sense and throw it out the window. and go from there. That's what you talk about, a quantum leap in the consciousness. And that's the problem why we are people that's basically always the people that never go outside of the parameters. We're always marginalized. You see, we're always at a deficit because the simple fact we dare not think outside of parameters. As a matter of fact, we probably made it somewhat of a joke when people do think out of the parameters. Like they say that 90% of black people don't get into sci-fi, science fiction. You know what I'm saying? And it's not necessarily saying that what's on the science fiction channel is reality a lot of times, but it means we're talking about expansion of the mind. You see what I mean? Expansion of the mind. So what it is at this particular time, because people are asked the question, well, we've been into this consciousness for a while. We know that we came from Africa. We know that all education, we know that all technology, the rudiments of it were black. But people still want to know, well, what is the next step? The next step in the next battlefield for the millennium is your mind. You see what I'm saying? But it's not their mind in the applied sciences, but it's given to you to uphold this particular civilization. It is your mind to go beyond the boundaries of your own thought. So you must become disenfranchised with your own thought and don't accept that as the criteria. Don't be happy with the way you're thinking. You see what I'm saying? It leads to the ego process that might give you this self-grandizement and give yourself a trophy. There's always got to be that break. It's always got to be that leap beyond into that particular, that void of the weird, as most people would say. But then again, most innovators and revolutionaries and visionaries were seen as real and seen as weird. And what I'm saying by that is this. In entertainment and in music, if you notice now, especially in the entertainment and music aspect, there's no creativity in it no more. That's gone. You got a whole generation where they accept the norms and everybody tries to confine themselves into what is already set for them, but there's no real creativity. Have you heard anything that's genius in a while? You see what I'm saying? Not even in our comedy. I listen to Comic View and I'm like, okay, that's a little funny, but it's still playing in the parameters of what I already know. You see what I'm saying? It's like their comedy has gotten to the point that it is at the particular aspect of, it doesn't bridge the gap and go beyond that. You see what I'm saying? And that's why black people didn't get Seinfeld until the damn shit was in reruns. You know what I'm saying? Black people could not understand Seinfeld, #1 show in damn one of the history of TV, and black people couldn't get it till they got in reruns, and they could see enough shows to say, hey, wait a minute, there's some genius stuff that's going on here. You see what I'm saying? People are like, I don't get white comedy. No. You're not getting white comedy because you've been reduced down to a point where as it's the simple stuff that you accept. So they produce these simple movies over and over again. It's been a movie. The last 10 movies you got, it's been the same shit that you learned with Serpent and Son. They just recast it. It's good times all over again. You see what I'm saying? So we're saying, well, what is he talking about that? What are we trying to tell you is there's a creativity. There's a creativity.
I like it. It's mine. The prices blow my mind.
Creativity. There's a creative.
That's a good place to stop. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So let's think about what Elder Bobby is saying. You kind of see how you can build on how they doing that right now with spirituality, with certain leaders that they put up there that's repeating the same shit that we already know, but got a massive following of people, but they're not going any deeper, just on the surface. If I know, you understand, if I know that the consciousness of Tiamat got a shift, they said it was going to be a war on information. Everybody that was a real one that was out here teaching the real quantum mechanics of the soul beyond the watered down shit that they got on Gaia, they hit our accounts. At the same time that they hit our accounts, certain people who they wanted to look like was conscious, and they raised them up. Segue people like Jaguar Wright. Segue all of that shit that's going on with Jay-Z and Puffy. That shit was a big ass distraction. That was the time we supposed to be ascending and doing all kind of shit. Remember, she came out, she was talking about the occult shit, but it was very surface. Everything she said we already knew and had been talking about for years. Cat Williams too. Let's go. Because think about it, y'all. Kendrick Lamar too. Let's go. We've been saying that celebrities been putting hidden codes in fucking their music. He ain't the first one. We've been decoding that, y'all. Think about it. I'm going to put control opposition there and control how far you let yourself go. Because if you focused on the minor, you can't become a major A, bruh. You ain't even on the steps yet. You distracted. You throwing the spirituality in there with the bullshit. She ain't telling nobody how to ascend. She got people too focused on making black men look like the worst. And vice versa, y'all. It's all a game. Think about it. All of them charges against Puffy now getting dropped and shit. That Tony Busby dude. Why is that the distraction? Distract the masses from what's going on. Don't let them, we're going to broadcast this on all the social media, every low vibrational thing they can find right now. But they're going to throw some occult in there with it because the soul is moving towards what? The 5D. But I'm trying to block your ascension from getting there, so I'm going to distract you with the illusion. Then I control the minds of the people, do I not? I control the ascension. How far you going to go? If I got somebody in their control, I could tell them what to tell you and what not. Hell, they could be broadcasting demons right to you. You see what I'm saying? Let's let Elder Bobby keep on going because he finna build on this. Because we talking about our serpent wisdom. So y'all can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Activity, there's a creative spark that's not there anymore. You see what I'm saying? You see it in the entertainment. You see it in the music. You see what I'm saying? And even down to the education. People are only fitting in the parameters of what the European paradigm has set for them. And no one goes out there, goes beyond that. You see, what is the creativity in a colon power? What? A yes man? What is the creativity in a Congolese rice? You know what I'm saying? And these people are great. Congolese Rice is a Russian scholar. You see what I'm saying? Got a damn ship named after her because she was in the oil business. You see what I'm saying? But she's reduced down to a yes woman. And who she's following? A complete idiot. You understand what I'm saying? So you got the so-called top echelon of our people, and who's leading them? A complete idiot. That's going from his orders, from wherever his boss man is. But the concept here is, like I said, they did a whole conference in 1998. 1988 on creative physics. That's a new name that they made name for melanin. Creative physics. You see, the book called Mark Balfour's book, Sign and the Serpent. Whole conference they did on creative physics. You know what I'm saying? And it's a new name they named for melanin. They're talking about the creativity. Now, I started dealing with I did a whole year dedicated to science and an art that's old as mankind itself. Sex tantrum. Black people like to lost their mind. This nigga won't fool. I did the campaign all of 2000 and 2001, and black people lost their mind. Oh yeah, we was Afrocentric and conscious, But there was that still doggone fundamentalistic Christian holiness, Bluefoot Baptist up under there. So what we did is we just changed the names, but we kept the same model. So black people like to lost their minds. And right after 9/11 in Australia, they had the same tantric, sex tantric conference in Australia. And white people from all over the globe flew in to go see that. You see what I'm saying? Your boss man. You see, flew in to go understand these views on this whole sex tantric, which is a gateway to a whole other dimension. And they flew all over the world to do that. And I do 2 years and people lose their mind. I had a conference in Atlanta, the Hemmitt Summit, and basically it was a tantric conference and turned into a gender conference. But the key here is it was cutting edge stuff. You see, but then again, that's how it is even with our black consciousness. That's because most of the black conscious people are stuck because they got some mode that they're dealing with that was put down in the 1960s, and they don't go beyond those particular barriers. You see, they don't go beyond those particular barriers and stuff. So that's why the stuff becomes ice cold. The key here is to never stop researching. You see, so I don't feel comfortable with the information that I give beyond receiving the information and reporting what I find. That means I have to keep going on. That means if you get up every day and you still here catching hell, you got to keep on going. You see what I'm saying? So some people say, well, man, I wanted to hear what you said 2 years ago. I'm like, I said that 2 years ago, goddammit. You see what I'm saying? We got to keep on. So you see what I'm saying? But that's called entertainment. We love entertainment. We love to be entertained. You see what I'm saying? So the other point, like I'm saying again, is we do not reach beyond our mindset. We don't stretch that limit. And that's basically black life in the 20th century. From we know from 1865 on up, because we can say it started in slavery. Hell, half the inventions. You see what I'm saying? I'm looking at this thing here, and I know damn well they had a whole special on A&E on Colonel Sanders. Now I'm looking at him, and this man all of a sudden just mysteriously come up with damn 11 herbs and spices. And this cracker done been in 10 businesses before he get 65. His Kentucky Fried Chicken starts at 65. He's been in 10 businesses before he gets 65. Mediocre shit, gas stations, and you know what I'm saying? And all of a sudden now he just gonna come up with some damn 11 herbs and spices. You see what I'm saying? You know, and before they added all that damn MSG in it, shit, but nothing can beat no fucking kernels. But the key, what I'm trying to say is, where I'm getting at is, we know doggone well that was some black family in Kentucky that used to be slaves of his family, that was handed down this slave recipe that he got his hands on coming from his family, and he ends up, you see what I'm saying, launching that, and now there's millions and billionaires become, like I said, most people became rich except the colonel. But the point I'm trying to make here is, we know that the creative spark all came from America. They said without black people in America, the United States would have been a sad copy of a second-rate Europe. It would have been a second-rate Europe and a sad copy of Europe. So they mean that, well, what was the spark that made it different? You see what I'm saying? The spark that made it different, you killed off the Native Americans. The spark that made it different was the black man and black woman. The creative physics on the planet. You see what I'm saying? This is what we're talking about here. But now all of a sudden, we don't create nothing. There is no creativity in nothing we do. Even in the so-called intellectuals, the only thing they're doing is they become a cliche motif, a cliche mind, the same stuff. And not only that, sometimes their thoughts come in their mouth, but they don't dare say anything outside of the box and original around white folks. Because we have used them as the criteria of what we're going to even set as the standard of thought. So now, thought on the planet now is European. You see what I'm saying? Thought is European. We fought against it and all, but I'm trying to say, in record droves, the Africans are now European. The Asians are now European. And every other body cut loose from some jungle is now European. You see what I'm saying? You see, so we don't push the boundaries. And so when you push the boundaries where you say, look, I'm going to override everything that's reality, then when the bullshit comes down, you can even see when someone has a conspiracy. Give you an example. And we know we got Black History Month, which in February, in 28 days, but then again, we got to understand, we've been complaining about that, but when you do the history, number one, Carter G. Wilson is the one who, what did Carter G. Wilson is the one who established that. So number one, that makes it spiritual. Number two, the 28 days is more sacred than doggone 30 days. Why? Because 28 days is based on the woman's cycle. See what I'm saying? So in actuality, they said we got the shortest day of the month. No, we got the one that's the 28 days is based on the woman's cycle, which the calendar, you see what I'm saying, that the planet is on now is modified down, but it's all that is coming from the original calendars. It's come set by the woman's cycle. You see what I'm saying? So now, to give you to understand warfare. Now I'm sitting here, and I have been opponents of Michael Jackson's craziness for years myself. But I'm looking at this thing, and I'm going, wait a minute, hold on. Now this is how you analyze something. I said, well, wait a minute, hold on. Well, let's see what's behind this, because everything that he is now, he was 10 years ago. He was white 10 years ago. His nose was fucked up 10 years ago. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He was fucking with Webster and all them other little boys 10 years ago. Macaulay Culkin and all that. And white people loved him. So it ain't like they just all of a sudden, 10 years later, what have you done with yourself, Michael Jackson? No, Michael Jackson was that way in 1987, 1986, 1988, 1990. You understand what I'm saying? Up until 93 when this pedophile thing came down. So my point here is that they can't be putting the focus on Michael Jackson now, and the stuff that they're talking about is old news. Mm-hmm. So that means that we're talking about some form of warfare based on image. And it's not Michael Jackson's image that it's based on. Michael Jackson is just the extreme model in which they can carry out the warfare on. They got to get a freak to do it. You see what I'm saying? So the whole concept of the Michael Jackson thing, and Mark Povich said it. He said it's the Michael Jackson wars. But then again, on the other hand, we don't understand cold warfare. Cold warfare, a lot of cold warfare is based on propaganda and image. The image is key. You see? So it's...
Is y'all picking up where he going with this and where I'm trying to go with the cold warfare we in right now?
Yep.
They picked the worst in the entertainment industry. Like, you see how they using that entertainment industry right now for cold warfare against spirituality. Can you kind of see how they doing that? It's deep. I was going to keep on playing it. Y'all all right?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, good.
Talk about cold warfare. Now, it doesn't have...
Over 40? Here's why learning AI could be your best career move yet. Disappear for 1 month to become the most...
Talk about cold warfare. Now, it doesn't have anything to do, because Michael Jackson does look strange. And yes, he is a candidate and a poster child to launch a hell of a campaign of propaganda against. But this ain't propaganda, I'm just saying. They just point the finger. But the point I'm trying to make here is they're not doing that because of Michael Jackson. They're doing that because we still have an elite group of people that must put someone under a system. This was about Black History Month and you. Now, the first thing they want to do is, when this was supposed to be a time set aside to commemorate your achievements, it got lost in the shuffle because the biggest thing on TV was the Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
See how it goes? That's warfare. Right. Now, not only that, they decided all of a sudden out of the blue, something on Diana Ross. Shit. Diana Ross ain't had a hit album since doggone I'm Coming Out. 1980. You know what I'm saying? You know? But all of a sudden now, they go and they give you this thing on Diana Ross. During the same time of the Michael Jackson wars. And it wasn't just the print media, it wasn't just the media, mass media, it was print media. All you got to do, did you go in the supermarket and see how many times you can see Michael Jackson's face on these books? On these magazines? So they got Diana Ross coming on at this particular time. You see? No, so you don't do a special on her until there's some nasty stuff going down. Like I said, now Woody Allen, big freak. Big freak. Then married his stepdaughter. You know, big time freak. You know? But nobody said nothing about Woody Allen. No, he's a genius. So see the science? Okay. Same time they got that going on, they re-aired a Bobby Brown and Whitney Houston thing. You see? And I think it was a couple of, what else? Who else they did? Mike Tyson. Then they did another OJ documentary. You see, this whole time you got the Black History Month, which they give you very little to start with. You got a counter thing going on at the same time. Now, this was a ritual. They could have aired it in January. They could have aired it in March. You understand what I'm saying? Now, he had his rebuttal, and he kicked ass on his rebuttal a little bit, you know. It showed that the guy was sent there to do that as far as the reporter on Michael Jackson. But then again, on the other hand, you got to understand two things with the Jews. Don't forgive you. Michael Jackson, this is one thing that happened in 1992 or 91. Michael Jackson had a lot of Jewish people working for him. And I don't know what had happened. He had found out some information on the Jews, so he went in his office and fired all of them and replaced them with black people. That's the first thing. Now, this summer, he went up to Harlem talking shit about white folks. You see what I'm saying? So he knew they were going to have they were going to lash him, you know, they were going to come back on him. But you know what I'm saying? But the point here is, why Black History Month? Because people be ready for the Michael Jackson stuff anytime. You see, but that's a form of, there's still a battle in the millennium, you see, to come back and fight you based on a mindset. Let me give you some other science that's going on that they're showing you policy. They have, somebody give me a towel or some paper napkins or something. You know, yeah. I think somebody's going to get something. Let me give you another example. They have the movie, they have this show that comes on, American Experience, comes on PBS. Now, since 2001, the millennium, they started, they had one on Marcus Garvey. They had one on Emmett Till. They had one on last week of the brother that did the first open heart surgery. They had the Scottsboro Boys. They had one about a Mississippi flood where they took all the black people and literally put them in slavery in the 1920s. So the American Experience is coming out with stuff. They just did one on, Showtime did one on Adam Clayton Powell. You see that? They did one on Adam Clayton Powell. Bill Bojangles. Showtime also did one on Atlanta child murders. Now, they're coming out with all of this stuff. Why are they coming out with it now? Because you got to understand the psychological ramification of what you do when you rule a people. When you rule a people, you never let those people undertake the crimes and face the crimes or unmask the crimes that is going against them or actually put on them in the century that those crimes are committed. That's a science. Right now, the last century, when we talked about slavery, most black people said, hell, that happened a century ago. You hear this today, that happened a century ago. And we don't understand that science to that. You see? So, it is policy that they can bring out all of this type of stuff that we wouldn't dare heard nothing on Marcus Garvey. You see what I'm saying? In the 20th century. You know? So it's policy that they bring, it's policy that they bring out these things now, but it is the next century. This is a form of warfare. So I guess shit just go down now. We won't get to see it until 100 years from now. But that's the science. The major stuff we won't. Especially when it comes to conspiratorial stuff. And this is how you rule the people. You see, now they did a whole, like I said, they did a whole special on Napoleon back here in 2000. Excellent special. They even talked about the buttons on his jacket and omitted the entire Haitian campaign with Toussaint Louverture and Dessalines. Why? Because they can't tell people that black people fought, you see what I'm saying, for their independence in the Western Hemisphere. So they will never tell people that. You see, the other one was John Brown. They did a whole special on John Brown. You see what I'm saying? So my point here is, it's still a form of warfare. So the simple fact is, if you are a subject, and just basically, we can even deal with history. And for the mere fact that, see, if we just look at this based on superiority and inferiority, and these fools say we're going to invite things to the table so we can sit down and dialogue. If they omit history from that, you understand what I'm saying? You still at a deficit and you're still a savage because you're non-historical. You see?
I want y'all to pick up on that. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it's deep what he said right here, if you really think about it, because think about all of the warfare that was going on in the 1950s and 1960s and how Donald Trump came and released them files, how the FBI, all that covert shit that they do, they always put about 80 years or something on them files before you can see them, what they did. It's almost like the shit that they did, the atrocities to them people dead, and then they tell you what the fuck they did. So if you think about it, what's going on now is us talking about the vaccine is forcing them in a way to talk about atrocity that they wasn't even ready to talk about yet.
Interesting, yeah.
Because the real ramifications of it ain't going to be seen until 100 years, about 3 generations. You see where I'm going with this? Like, what they hit them people with, you got to think about it. It's taking people now, but you got some kids that got it, that might, you know what I'm saying, that may live long. You understand? Like, you're going to see it manifest. And that take 3 generations, which is about 100 years, y'all. It's funny, but it's not funny, but it just help you to correlate stuff together, why they talk about certain stuff now that they didn't talk about then, and why he made the big push down to erase certain history, to take certain history out. All of a sudden, I got to take that out. You understand what I'm saying? It's how you control the people. Because if you don't know your history, you understand what I'm saying? Like, we went through Black History Month. We learned about motherfuckers sitting at the counter and shit. But our kids don't know about that shit. So they subject to get put back at the counter. You kind of see where I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
If you a person and you ain't got no history, that's why they attack our history, then you ain't got no leg to stand on. You ain't gonna know if you coming or you going. You ain't gonna know nothing about who you are, what you done went through, what your ancestors fought, bled, and died for. Like the history of Black History Month. I really didn't know that tie together until I watched this. But he sure enough was on about the 28 days. That is the only real month. And I definitely don't think it's no mistake that Black History Month was chosen for the cosmic alignment. Like Benjamin Banneker, I've been really looking into them ancestors. Yo, they was astrologers. They built this whole all of this shit, all of these cities based on astrology, y'all. All of these shits that they did in that calendar based off of astrology. So now it's getting very interesting. You understand what I'm saying? Because we in the times that they built all of this shit for. Because it ain't no mistake that the cosmic alignment happened on the 28th day, which would have been Black History Month, with Donald Trump say ain't no more Black History Month. You understand what I'm going? Like, it's a lot going on. All right. Y'all want me to keep playing it? Y'all good?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Now, it's not necessarily saying we know that we give our, it was up to us to deal with our own history, but we're still talking about policy when it comes to the masses. And the masses are still going to the table as some new entity. Some person that is living without an owner's manual. Because somebody give me some cups of water. You can just pour some of this into what you call it there. Without an owner's manual. That's like a person, that's like you buying a car without an owner's manual, if you don't have the history of it. So when you're invited to the table, so when you see a person like a Colin Powell or Congolese rice, for the mere fact that their history is not included to go along with them, they're savages. And they're going to always be they're always going to be the subordinates. You see what I'm saying? And subjects. You see, because they are non-historical people. So even the concept of that, you see, we're at a deficit and marginalized for the simple fact that that has not been brought out on that particular level. You see what I'm saying? So they know the science of ruling a people, and all. Now, which leads now to the conscious and the Afrocentric thing that's going down, whereas we took a certain level of it and decided that that was enough. You see what I'm saying? We have to keep going on. You have to keep pushing on with it. You see what I'm saying? You can't just stop at you. I mean, even in the metaphysical thing, there's several levels of it, but you can't just stop at what you know. There's always have to be an ongoing task. Let me give you an example here. Here's one. Now, this is coming from some white people. Because the sister emailed it to another sister. What I will do is we'll get this Xeroxed, and tomorrow we will have some of these available. But this is some white people writing on the internet on black people and on black people. And it says, and this is what it says, okay, Ronald Lewis Blackman, and those of you who have heard it, this is an article of D. Lee, whoever that is, was reading something on the morning radio station.
Want to earn cryptocurrency? Try Coinbase. Coinbase simplifies buying.
D. Lee, whoever that is, was reading something on the morning radio station in New York City. For those of you who don't know, and those of you who didn't hear, it is a very deep but true, heavy piece, and a Caucasian wrote it. So this is some stuff that happened in this. They're reading this stuff about what some white person wrote, and when I read it and stuff, I said, oh yeah, well, you know, we know how to think about us, but this stuff, when he was reading, I was in damn agreement. I'm like, this motherfucker here is tight. It says, blacks don't read. They are still our slaves. We can continue to reap and profit from blacks without the effect of physical slavery. Look at the current methods of containment that they use for themselves. Ignorance, greed, and selfishness. Their ignorance is the primary weapon of containment. A great man once said, if you want to keep anything from black people, put it in a book. So that's one of our quotes. But then again, we don't know where we got it from, but you know. He said, we now live in the information age. We have gained the opportunity to read any book on any subjects through the effects of their fight. They have gained the opportunity to read any book on any subjects through the effects of their fight for freedom. Yet they refuse to read. That's what the Bible tells you. Blessed are those who read. It didn't say read the Bible. It says blessed are those who read. You see what I'm saying? But here too, because someone has told you that you shouldn't look beyond a book that is given to you, and you didn't make that choice. You don't do it, and you make an argument about it. That's savage. To have a people that say, I'll give them a book, and I don't want to look beyond a book because someone tells me not to look beyond a book. And then you make an argument about it. I'm talking about the Bible. Now I'm talking about the Quran because we've been, 60 years into that. You see what I'm saying? But at least 30 and 20 or either 10. My point here is, he who knows one book knows none. You see. Now, so, it says, this is the information age. Okay. Numerous books readily available at Borders, Barnes & Nobles, Amazon.com, not to mention their own black bookstores, provide a solid blueprint to reach economic equality, which should have been their fight all along. But few read constantly, if at all. You see what I'm saying? So this alone is telling you that this is one of the major problems. How the hell are you going to know how to function, period, if you don't know no fucking information? You see what I'm saying? And my point...
Now, y'all, let's take this a step deeper. So remember, he's saying that, right? That was for that time. So what happened was, I don't know exactly when he recorded this video. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
But not too long after this, or around this time, they started to remove books, certain books and stuff that he was getting from Barnes and Nobles. And eventually, most of the books that he got on his list that's on Sirius, you can't find in print anymore. Because the books was out then, but they knew that we was shifting, you guys. How did they know that we was shifting? Because in the 90s, we had hip-hop. The 80s, the late 70s, the 80s, the 90s, we had hip-hop. And when hip-hop first began, that was on a cipher. That was quantum thought. Because you really had to come off the top of your dome. Like, you couldn't rhyme unless you could really rhyme. And that had to come from somebody with a soul. Overstand, he gonna talk about this, but it was our creativity coming back. You enter and overstand. So the FBI has infiltrated hip-hop. Hip-hop ain't run by us anymore. That's apparent now. Because all of the FBI informants that are CEOs at all of the major companies, including the people that work for the FBI. So we know that they, you understand what I'm saying, went in there and infiltrated that form of our art, you understand, because at first we was talking about some real shit. Like even all the way up into the 90s, you had like Wu-Tang Clan and Nas and them was dropping some heavy knowledge about shit that we talking about right now. But they music, you can't find that shit no more. So let's flip it now. So what did we do? What did this generation do to get information? The internet became our information highway. And we done took over their social media and start putting the education in videos. And you understand what I'm saying? And that's the real war. Because then motherfucker talking about it, and this is the digital age, and we on the digital plane now. So now instead of reading a book, a person might pull up a spiritual teacher and listen to them, and you might be talking about a book that that person ain't never read, and then they go and get the book. Or you become the book because you're talking about your spirituality and it hit that person in such a way that because they done had a similar experience but couldn't nothing explain it to them till they heard you talking about it. You see what I'm saying? Because you a living book too. So then the information war got to go where? To the internet, right? To the social media. Because the social media is the book. So where's it finna go now? To the AI, to the quantum, to Chat GPT. Remember Chat GPT, you was putting in history in there, was pulling up all black people and shit.
I remember that.
Y'all, it's the biggest threat to them. Because it's just like they said, with that new DeepSeek AI, why they so afraid of it is because it's got the knowledge of every book ever written. And you can go in there and write your own algorithm for it. They teach you how to write a quantum algorithm, yo. So any knowledge that you want, I want to become a billionaire. You could use DeepSeek AI and create a program to do it. Now that's a danger to them because if you are there, I'm for real. That's you a dangerous mind then, because if you could put your creativity to AI, you can overpower them. So they want to try to use that, you understand, to their advantage and block you from using it. Like right now, they want to try to tap into our creativity, but do it in a way where it's metered, so they the only people that's going to be able to make money off of it. I'm going to let Bobby continue.
The point here is we cannot just go by the parameters for those who read to just feel comfortable with what someone has said for us. So the educated people, when they go up in the so-called Barnes and Noble, they got a certain thing that they're going to be reading. If they continue to read, most of it's going to be for entertainment purposes. And for the educated person that says, well, you know, that they don't read for entertainment person, they're only going to read based on the criteria, the parameters that are set within the boundaries of their career. You understand what I'm saying? That's not good. You already living your career. Motherfucker already giving you a check. So why read more books on your career? You see what I'm saying? So we got a problem with the so-called educated because they're only going to read. No, they ain't going to read on their damn career. They're going to only read on their career when that cracker says you need to be certified. You know how that shit is. Then you burn the midnight oil. So we don't need to hear this thing about, you know, black people. Because I used to say that in my consciousness. Oh, you know, black people, we psychologically ruined. We don't do this and we don't do that. And then I've seen the white man go, I need you to do this to be certified. And it could be something like fixing a damn satellite. And you know what? Them niggas meet the obligations and the requirements beyond the call of duty. We don't have no problem. That, you know, that cracker come up and say, yo, certification. You've been here and shit. Now we want you to come here and program fish computers. Well, the fish computers haven't been invented yet. Well, no, we want you to do it anyway. The motherfuckers come up with the invention. We see this all the time, so we know we're capable of doing what the fuck we want to do. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem. It's amazing. You know, when that white man say do it, we do it. It's like the CP time. Right. You know what I'm saying? Then you be cussing, God damn it, I'm late. You know, so the concept here is, again, we have to push the parameters. And we cannot say now that things are crazy. Because now, the things that you're saying is crazy, like the black people is going, oh man, they just really let me have it. You know what I'm saying? I just was amazed at how Christian we were, and puritanical, Mennonites, you know, just basically worse than 20th century Christianity. Somehow we regressed back into some pilgrim stage that we wasn't a part of. We the Amish, Calvinists. You see what I'm saying? Someone has switched the screws and have put us in a form of psychological slavery so you can't create. The blueprints are shut down because you're too fucking righteous. The goddamn piety is what's fucking you up. You see? Now, I'm not talking about us in here. But what I'm trying to say here is beyond 12 years old, why do you even have to focus on what's right or wrong? And even if you did wrong, hey, it's nature to do wrong. Look at the doggone animal kingdom. Look at nature itself. Oh, that's nature. Nature's divine, except when it tear down your motherfucking house. The flood come and tear down your house. But can you lock that up? Can you ask God to explain? I think that's supposed to be evil. In my house, my TV is somewhere down the street. Oh, but that's nature. See what I'm saying? The whole concept here is the piety that we have gone into, which is behavioral modification based on a European sense of religion, which is not spirituality. That's not spirituality. That's behavioral. That is a form of behavioral, ceremonial, and behavioral modification to a people who were a immigrant human. Now, the whole religious work.
Catch that. What did he say we was? An immigrant human? Because you is an immigrant. You know that, right?
Yep.
Nigga, you immigrated into this body. You got a soul. Yeah, you come in and then you go out every night. You go somewhere else. You be migrating like hell. I am. They took the A out. I am migrate. Sure. I wanted y'all to catch that. Excuse me. I'm eating these chips. Them things good. Listen, though. I wanted y'all to catch that also because I wanted to throw it back to that spell work that girl was, that judge was doing in that courtroom when she was like, that lady ain't got no residence. She don't got no, you understand? That's that migrant shit again, the immigrant soul. We all immigrants. Understand, when they throwing them codes talking about they got a war on immigration, they talking about the war on your soul.
It's so deep.
Now we're gonna let Bobby continue, because he gonna hit it.
The whole religious world, all the preachers, the entire concept of Western religion that they are preaching is based on your behavior. And how can you get rewarded based on your behavior? And yet they have missed the whole blueprint of what spirituality is. It has nothing to do with behavior whatsoever. Give me some questions if anybody's unclear about this. The concept. We're not here to tease or torment. We're trying to get through some things here. If you not understand what I'm saying. What I'm trying to tell you is what you have been taught with religion, even on the most loftiest heights of your ministers, is catechism. It's no more than an advanced form of Sunday school. So the whole spiritual apparatus doesn't even get to even come into Western religion. And when the spiritual apparatus comes into Western religion, then that becomes evil or the devil. You see what I'm saying? So we got loads of things. You can take that cable button, because with all the more channels you get, there's one thing you're going to find out. You get 200 channels, but you're going to have at least 50 fucking religious shows, all speaking on the same damn thing. You see? Now, you can tell you this is a form of mind control, because if this was a free country, and the country said we must do something to make sure that the minds of the people who are a multicultural people, to bridge the gap for all of the shows that come out in Christianity, we must give the people the alternatives, you see what I'm saying, of other types of religion. Buddhism, advanced Judaism, African spirituality, African traditional religions, Zen philosophy, Hinduism. And I'm talking the modification. We ain't talking about the advanced metaphysical stuff.
No.
But through all of those and stuff, you will get a consortium to try to understand that it's not just mono, deaf, brain dead tunnel that you think is around you. The only thing you think of is some male god. You see, and sitting over you, waiting for you to not appease him so he can get jealous of you and kick you in the ass and send you to hell.
Starting at age 10, I'd find myself sneaking behind my parents' back to look at the P word on the internet.
Now, I asked this question last night to get to this because I want to say, because we need, you know, I'm quite sure that I'm preaching to the converted, so I don't see nobody raising their hand, but I want to put this out here about this concept. Anybody in here religious? You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know. Even some of you black conscious people, you got Rastafarians, they still believe in the same thing. You know what I'm saying? You got the Islamic people, that is nothing but an extension of the Old Testament.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? An extension of the Old Testament and stuff like that. You know, that's all that is. You know what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here, we're still talking about the Judeo-Christian paradigm. Let's just look at this concept here about the hell concept. Now, in physics, fire burns. But what fire has to burn has to be some type of physical element. Right? Is that fair to say? Now, it could be fire by itself. It don't have to be burning nothing. But in order for fire to burn, it has to be a physical element, right? It has to burn something physical. Even when it comes to some gases, it's got to be something physical. Right? Is that fair to say? So if you die and lose your physical body, how the fuck you gonna burn in hell? You ever thought about that? How you gonna burn in hell when you lose your physical body? Is it fair to say? Huh? Now, you say that your soul gonna burn. No, your soul, if you have studied, the soul is a particle of light. And light and fire is one and the same. I don't care how light is produced, it's still the same origin. A soul is a particle of light. The word soul, you get the word solar system. It's a sun. The sons of God, S-U-N of God, S-O-N of God, it's the same thing. Depends on what, you know, whether you in Hemmitt and you call it the son of God, or whether you later on want to call it S-O-N of God, it's the same thing. So a sun is fire. Our God is an all-consuming fire. You see what I'm saying? It's not written in the law that ye are God, John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. So the point I'm trying to make here is your soul can't burn up in hell because your soul is fire. It's a sun. So what can burn up in hell? It's just real, you know, it's just, but my point here is, again, the parameters. Now, I do this because I know I'm preaching to the converted, but then again, on the other hand, we're trying to find out where the government has got us locked into at this particular time, because the parameters are still all around us. And we dare not to think outside, you see what I'm saying, of the norm, of the conventional. You see what I'm saying? Like Grace Jones said, fuck it, I'm superficial. I detest the official. I hate everything official. That's a great motto. I am superficial. I hate everything official. You see what I'm saying? You know, so we are all trying to have a good life to repeat the same thing that millions of people are trying to repeat. How about not trying to be like other people? How about not trying to repeat what millions of people try to repeat? You know what I'm saying? Some women know in their mind they never should have had children, but they did it because everybody else did the shit. That's called socialization.
Mm-hmm.
You're socialized. I talked about this in the lectures before. What they call that thing? Social programming. Where you go to Houston and you go to Atlanta, you got a Wendy's, you got a McDonald's. You see what I'm saying? You got a McDonald's, you got a Walmart, you got a Kmart. Same thing, wherever you go in this particular country. That means your mind. When you go to Indiana, gonna be the same images there. It's gonna keep your mind fucked up. That's what that is. That's social behavior, social, another word, social engineering. Social engineering. Don't you understand that the big Kmart, the Walmart, those are symbols. And symbols produce archetypes, and when you keep the same symbols, you keep the same mindset based on where your mind was the last time you saw the symbol. So if you see the big arches in South Dakota, and you see the damn same big Madonna arches in South Carolina, you still the same motherfucking fool. You understand? We got to break the parameters. You see what I'm saying? So let's not try to be like most humans. Because humanity is not the key.
All right. So let's break down what he said there, because he said a lot. Any thoughts on that part?
It's good stuff.
Yes, it is. I think that when he's talking about the social engineering, that's real deep.
Humanity.
Excuse me. But that's really deep, because that's what's going on right now is social engineering. And when you really think about what they're programming society for, like he's talking about all of the symbols, you understand what I'm saying? And what are they doing right now? They shutting all of those symbols down and everything, and they making people feel like it's a time to be depressed. It's a time for you to be out of abundance. You understand what I'm saying? It's a time for you to be without. They sending all of the signals like something really abysmal is about to happen. All of this, you understand what I'm saying? It's social engineering. If you get people to think of a mindset of something, then they become that. You kind of understand what I'm saying? And that's kind of where Bobby Hemmitt is going. You understand with the symbolism. You understand, like some symbols is right in our face, like the logos and everything like that for Kmart and stuff like that. And then some signals is more subtle. You understand what I'm saying? And you don't even realize that they sending those signals like in the broadcast and shit like that. So it's just cognizant to be a parent of that, because we talking about the rise of the cosmic serpent, which is you, which is your kundalini and that energy and everything like that. And so you right now is dealing with what's seen and what's unseen. You understand what I'm saying? That was so deep when he was like, Grace Jones said she was superficial, not official. You understand? Because if you really think about it, you understand you above what's official. You supernatural. You understand what I'm saying? If you getting into your supernatural abilities right now, and that's what's under attack. And I just wanted to say, like, social engineering is the Western philosophy. Like he said, every woman should be a mother. Now, would you say that that woman that's being tried in court should have ever been a mother?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. But social engineering in society teaches us that even women that know that they shouldn't be no mother, or even women that we know ain't fit for motherhood, should still be able to procreate and have children. You understand what I'm saying? It's deep, but then it can go even deeper, because if you scratching the surface, you're not seeing the real microcosm, which is the spell work and stuff that we pointing out right now. But think about that case right there. Are they really, when they convict her in court, treating the symptom? Or just giving her treatment? I mean, are they healing her, or are they giving it a treatment?
Treatment.
Definitely. That lady is spiritually, something's wrong with her spiritually. And if she would have been in the right community of people like we were before we became westernized, somebody would have caught that way beforehand and been able to pull whatever was up off of her. And them kids is defunct spiritually. They need healing too. And it ain't going to come from Western medicine, and it's not going to come from a conviction. But do you see how the false court, now she going to be reincarnating, probably ain't never going to get that demon off of her. She going to go to jail, probably get killed or something like that. You understand what I'm saying? Soul reincarnating, convicted, ain't nothing solved. Demon jump to the next vessel, fuck up that soul. But they give you the illusion in court like you could really convict somebody down here and it gives justice. But you take an illusion. You understand the illusion is the real justice would have been if she would have been able to practice the real spirituality and been taught real spirituality, and somebody would have realized she got a high art demon on her. She probably wouldn't have never even been under demonic attack because she would have been practicing different spirituality and diet and mindset. But because she'd have been attacked from birth, you turned her into that. But don't nobody in society pay for what she became. That's how you don't take care of the problem. You just put a treatment. You see what I'm saying? You treating people's mind, but you ain't solving the problem. They don't want to solve that problem.
Exactly. Yep.
Is the past. Humanity was the condition, but it is not the end all and be all. That's social engineering. And so what has happened with us as so-called people that is so-called learned of us. When I say learned of us, I'm not talking about formal education. I'm talking about someone that can think just a little bit. You see what I'm saying? That's a little, that's, you wake, you might be in a daze, but you still wake, compared to the ones that's completely asleep. You see what I'm saying? So we got to go beyond that at this particular time because we have to start thinking like that outside of the quote-unquote matrix. You see? So we got to think like the monster. You see what I'm saying? We got to think like the monster. We have to think, you know, if something is grotesque, if you stay around it long enough, it doesn't become grotesque. You see what I'm saying? Well, I want to look at something grotesque. Well, to most black people, reading is goddamn grotesque. Now, how can reading be grotesque? Because we're talking about pathological grown-up children at large. A child, you have to force them to read and force them to study. So because we are permanent children, they have to force us to study. Even the so-called educated and stuff, they went to get certified. You understand what I'm saying? To get a certain job, trained, but they have to go beyond that, but they've never gone beyond that particular point. So we even know that there's going to be, they even did studies on the so-called black educated aspect of that. And even not only that, they also make sure that the people, the quote-unquote educated people that they always put on TV, they always make sure that they're the same blueprint of people. They never show you somebody that's different. You see what I'm saying? That's different. You see, they never show you somebody that's different. That's the key. Now, the grassroots that we used to say, I'm going to be honest with you. They've done a study. The reason why there's two reasons why Eminem is #1 white rapper in the world. One thing why Eminem is one of the #1 white rappers in the world, because guess what? He's created a rap form that sounds different than about 500 cookie cutter rap niggas with the same bullshit that hadn't had progress in the last 6-7 years. Now it might be what you call it now, but they understand it might be different, and yes, that is a form of it's a ritual. They wanted to see could they take a white boy and put him at the top. And basically they did that. You see what I'm saying? And they got the numbers of white people to buy the music to make sure he's at the top. Doesn't necessarily make him the top, but hell, they still calling Elvis the damn king, and Michael Jackson unseated his ass in 1979 on Off the Wall album. But he's still the king. You see what I'm saying? But and how is he the king over Michael Jackson? Michael Jackson is unseated him on every level there was, even in popularity. You know what I'm saying? But he's still the king. So on one aspect, but my point here is, the problem here is, think about it, look about it, because nobody wants to be outside of the box. So the black rappers, they all want to sound like the other rapper, because nobody wants to do nothing that is innovative now, because they feel they're going to be looked down on, because they ain't cool like the other motherfucking rappers. So as a result, so you'll have 4 good ones that have some unique stuff to them, and then you'll have 900 of the same cookie cutter machine. Then the white boy come up with something different and stuff like that, and black people buy it because your mind longs for something different. You see what I'm saying? Because nobody said, you said the fuck you like. Eminem was good. Am I bullshitting? Now you might say in your mind that he's not. You understand what I'm saying? But the shit that Eminem was doing, I ain't talking about what he was talking. I'm talking about his style was different. That's all I'm saying. He was trained by a black man. You understand what I'm saying? He was trained by a black man. This is in retrospect now, because everybody accepted him 2 years ago. Black people was in on Eminem.
Hey, if your partner is being secretive with their phone, you need to do this now. Most people are unaware.
Everybody accepted him 2 years ago. Black people was in on Eminem.
Y'all, do you know how deep this is? This is even deeper now, because at this time, the only person that he knew about was Dr. Dre. But now you know all that came out about Eminem, and it was actually a black writer who was ghostwriting for him the whole time. When he was Marshall Mathers, all of that stuff, Slim Shady. Did y'all know that?
I did not know that.
No.
That's why his music done changed. It ain't the same like it used to be, because he fell out with the black dude. The whole time it was a black guy that was writing all of those raps, and they gave him the Eminem. You understand what I'm saying? Like but he was not the writer of those raps, y'all. So once again, it's a programming of the minds to give them an entryway into the industry. You understand? What
Just
did
like
they do?
Elvis, too.
Yeah. You understand? It was watering down the hip hop, really. Because after that, all the damn black rappers got brain numb and start talking like mumble rap came out. Remember?
Yep.
And then that really destroyed hip hop. Now everybody sound the same. One person come out, I remember Future came out, and then it was like 1,000 Futures. Everybody sound like that now. Wayne came out with the locks. Everybody got locks now, mother. Everybody the same. Ain't nobody different. And the ones who dare to be different is dead. Let's go. Real deep.
You understand what I'm saying? The point I'm trying to make here is, and it's not just him, it ain't like he got that much talent. It's just that the music company said, we know how to doggone do some things. We want you to go into an area, and they took your boy that was produced in Dre, and they said, we want you to do something new and innovative. They could have done that with any black person. And they put it on him, and then they said, we got the means to make him, his stuff, outsell people for the simple fact we're going to promote him more. But the point about it here is the creativity level, and not just in the rap, because if there's anything that's creative, some of the rappers are still doing it, but the soul music is ridiculous. And you ever listen to what they call it, smooth jazz? Isn't that the same song over and over again? Some motherfucker blowing a saxophone off of some music that was created was somebody singing 10 years ago. Najee, Kenny G, Gerald Albright. Is this all the same cookie cutter stuff? Dave Cars.
Yep.
You see? That's no creativity. So the jazz and the R&B is worse than the rap. Because it's been around long, it should mean it's supposed to be elevated to another level now. You see what I'm saying? So the point I'm trying to make here is going back to creative physics is shut down in black people. It's all good because it's over, but the point here is we still, even in the conscious community, are feeling comfortable with what we already know. And we're not pushing the envelope. And that's one reason why I can continue to work, because the simple fact, I'm still dealing with concepts. My shit was so way out in the first place until, you know, I can stall a minute and you play catch up and stuff like that. Because, I mean, you know, if you're on the moon, shit, with age, you know. But the point here is, you know, those particular concepts here is we're at a standstill. We're at a standstill, even in our mind, based on social engineering. You see what I'm saying? You must die. When they say die, you must give it all up on that particular concept. Let me get into some stuff right. Let me pour some libations and get some energy going, and then we're going to get into some science. And start the lecture.
All right. So then he poured libations and stuff, and he get into the science. Yo, but that thing, them series is deep. I think every spiritual discussion for the next 6 weeks, I might go over one of those, because it's like that serpent wisdom, that's what we really is acquiring right now. And that physical melanin, you understand that the physics of melanin is coming online, and they got a lot of biological weapons and stuff that they trying to hit us with and stuff, y'all, to prevent us from ascending that. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff to try to dull our mind, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of stuff to hit us with negative frequencies, and a lot of propaganda is apparent. You understand what I'm saying? And you got to put your serpent wisdom on, excuse me, y'all, right now, in order to read the codes to see what they really saying, because it's not about the physical. The physical reality is the illusion. It always boils down to something about your soul, because that's the only thing of value to this earth. And this time, you know, Bobby was hitting on that we sons. And I always tell y'all that you sons, you're a photon of energy, like the smallest, like just a little quark. You understand what I'm saying? But it's so powerful, yo, that it powers your whole dimensional plane, everything. You understand what I'm saying? And when you know that you're that, when you have that transient immigrant mindset, when you know that your soul can't reside here, that this is not the sum of it all, you understand? That's when your real wisdom and eye turn on, and then you start to look through the deceptions and really see what they trying to do. And I think that's what's key for us in this time, is to see through the deceptions and what they trying to do. And, you know, I always tell people, when they looking at these spiritual leaders, these so-called spiritual leaders, to cut down the volume and really study these people and see what they really are. Because one thing Bobby Hemmitt said that's true and apparent is that spirituality got attacked. And they got a lot of people up there now with lots of followers or whatever that's using spirituality, but using a watered down version of it to capture their attention, but not take them no further. You understand? Like, it's almost like if I know a movement coming, I'm finna send a couple of operatives out here to hijack it and then keep their mind paralyzed. Because all of these people who purport to be doing the spiritual, you're not really teaching nobody how to really get there, or really talking about yourself even being there and what you're really doing. You're not really telling nobody no real codes that already ain't been told. You understand? So you know that's a distraction, bro, because we getting new knowledge now. You should be building people. If you're not ascending right now to a higher level of consciousness, then you are fucking somebody that's trying to keep somebody on a certain level and a certain plane so they can't ascend to their power. You kind of get what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to give you the and I'm going to tell you the cookie cutter shit about the but I'm not going to give you the real geometry of the or show you how your motherfucking cranial nerves is connected to that and you really could goddamn do something. You see what I'm saying? You know, and so in these times, we got to really just be aware of that. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of that going on right now. And then so they done attack spirituality, like I said. It's hard to find like real people that's talking about something right now. Even the people that's supposed to be spiritual is real distracted on topics that really, like, I was expecting more people to be really talking about like this reclaim that we supposed to have. We did, you understand, like the cosmic jubilee, like getting their cosmic crowns. Like, I expected more people to be talking about void quantum mechanics and shit like that. Look, I don't know, because I don't follow a lot of people, but I'm not seeing a lot of that in the feeds. All I'm seeing is stuff about people photographing the orbs that we was talking about years ago already. We done seen those, yo. What is you communicating with them now? Is you fighting on the quantum plane like I'm fighting every fucking night? Like, I don't hear nobody talking about no real nigga shit. Like, motherfucker, I'm up here kicking ass, motherfucking shadow people jumping out and shit. Motherfucking the alphabet boys on my ass. Like, I don't hear nobody saying no shit like that. You
It's
understand
been
what I'm
all
saying?
type of it's all been type of big fights and big ass shootouts and shit.
Hell yeah. Like, I don't hear nobody. Like, social media under hype attack. You understand what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers out here getting the Presidential Medal of Honor at Mar-a-Lago. These motherfuckers got me so far fucking down, I couldn't even get 100 or 200 followers in 6 months. What is you talking about?
And then just like yesterday, before I woke up, everything I was seeing the astros, I was seeing like this big ass shootout somewhere. Then I wake up here, I see the shooting at the hospital in Pennsylvania. Then the
Yeah.
shooting that went down there in Mexico. I'm like, damn. As soon as I look at the phone.
It's a lot going on. Them demons is loose. It's some high art demons just fucking people up. Like, I'm over here all the way out the way. Like, I would just say everybody just be spiritually in tune, and then you won't even be in no area where no shit go down. But I would say be spiritually in tune. Don't be out here half stepping and just going somewhere without giving some thought to it. You understand? Like, you know what I'm saying? You got to order yourself. You understand, to a degree, in what you dealing with, and definitely take your little charms and spiritual protection, oil your kids up or whatever you got to do, because it's some shit's apparent out here. I think I hit on that at the current events discussion too. Some shit's apparent, some high art shit.
Empress, since I got you, and then Statman, because he'll probably help me understand what took place with me. But I was in the Astros, and I be fighting just like y'all too, for sure. And there was this one particular time where, and it was recently, I was like halfway here and I was halfway there in the Astros. And the reason why I say that is because I was extremely alert and aware of what was taking place. So I was laying in the bed, and next thing I know, my whole body started vibrating, and it was vibrating. I'm talking about extreme, to where I'm like, okay, am I being zapped? it felt like electricity was like going through my body, where my whole body got to shaking and vibrating. So I started thinking from the perspective of, okay, maybe this got something to do with the an ascension symptom. So I was just like, okay, let me just try to just, calm down, just process it. And then, like I said, my body, it seemed like it started to speed up the vibration, the frequency, the electricity, where I was like, shit, am I about to bust up out this dang on body? So I was trying to like really discern what was taking place with me. And of course, I know ultimately the answers are within myself, but I wanted to ask you guys, like, what do you think that could have been?
It sounded like you was having an upgrade from the quantum merging into the physical.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, because I was going to say, how did it make you feel? The same. I was going to go that way too. How did it make you? Did you feel like you was under attack, or did you feel like it was a normal process, but you was just afraid a little bit, but like
I
it just
think that's
felt
what
like
it
you.
was. When I initially thought like, okay, I'm just going to get this shift, you know what I'm saying? It's an upgrade, it's an ascension symptom. And I was just
Mhm.
allowing it to happen. And then that's when the energy began to speed up and my body started to vibrate. And, like it felt this electricity that was flowing through my body. And so I was thinking initially it was a frequency that I had never experienced before. That's what my initial thought was. And then
Mhm.
because I felt like I was halfway here and halfway there, I would, you know what I'm saying? And again, the fighting that's taking place, I was wondering, shit, am I getting zapped? You know what I'm saying? Electrocuted with something. So that's why I wanted to share that experience and get your thoughts.
Yeah, totally agree with Stedman on that one. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else got any questions or anything they want to bring to the floor? That's the end of my presentation for the day. I thought it was really deep, but anybody got anything else they want to bring to the floor or talk about while we on here? All right, I guess. Oh, go ahead.
I about to say that one Western star is real bright right now. I haven't heard nobody talk about that except for like maybe one person. Like that junk is bright as on the wood, like another little mini moon out here.
Man, I've been noticing that star because it was riding by the moon for a minute. And I thought that it almost looked like the shit that you see on the when it was by the moon and I saw it. It almost looked like what you see on those hats, the crescent. It looked like it was a crescent moon and it had that really, really bright ass star there.
I saw it too this week, and I thought of the crescent. I thought that exact
Yeah,
same thing.
yeah. I was like looking at that and I'm like, yo, the time we had it, bro, we finna get the upgrades, bro. It's finna happen for us, bro. Like, we already done got them. Like, that's the whole point. Like, now it's just manifesting into, you understand, you already done got past that point. It's just, it's getting ready to be something to see, y'all. That's all I could say. Like, it's a lot going on. And I think that we all have our special connections with the astrals and we being compelled to do certain things. You understand what I'm saying? To notice certain things, certain stuff is standing out to us. And I think they all are signs and codes and symbols. You understand what I'm saying? So that's just funny that you focusing on the same star that we talking about too, because I'm not even a stargazer. But when I saw it, it stood out to me and I took notice. You know what I'm saying? Like I took notice. Like, yeah, that star bright is, and it's not the North Star because that's the other brightest star, but that's not it. It's a, yeah.
I decided this week I've been getting up at 2:30 in the morning, and I'm going out looking at the moon. It's not something that I normally do. And that's exactly what happened a couple nights ago. I noticed that exact same thing.
Yeah, y'all, have y'all noticed like the speed of the moon traveling across the sky?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's moving fast. And what was weird for me was last night, like, it wasn't even nighttime. It was like about 4 a.m. and it was the crescent moon. And that mug was just so freaking bright. Like it was as bright as a full moon. So
Yes,
like,
yes.
yeah, I was like, bruh, that moon bright? I'm like, is that the moon? You know, because we going through all kind of planetary alignments and stuff going on right now. You understand? So all I know is we done seen the red dawn over here. And ever since we started seeing the red dawn, shit been breaking loose. All them sinkholes, we done had earthquakes, we done had landslides, we got people freezing to death, we got people drowning to death. Like, and we got people ascending. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's a crazy paradox to be in right now. I feel like some people is going down a dark path and others of us going down a different one. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird to see. I don't know. Anybody else? Got some thoughts on that or some thoughts on anything else you're taking notice to or anything?
I be doing like the Hopi track, so I stay looking in the sky. So when I be seeing certain stars and all that shit, I can tell when we're hearing different planetary shifts out here.
Yup. Yeah. And like it's just amazing, like, to see, because it's not just the stars up there. Like, I'm actually seeing the craft up there, the ships. I could wave my hand sometime and they'll
Mm-hmm.
interact with me and shit. Like, I wave my hand and the motherfuckers will start swirling and shit. Like, I be doing weird, crazy stuff out there. And it be just like, I think Ocean Lover said, like, I'll be compelled to go out there. Like, it's somewhere in between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. And it's like, bruh, do you feel scared? No. It's just like something to compel me. And then other times I get compelled by something to be like, nah, you can't go out there tonight. So I'll fall back because a lot of times they'll have that damn Magellan fog. That's what I call that shit. Y'all, that ain't no, man. That FOG, stay the fuck away from it. Don't try to stay out of that shit, yo. It's got particulates in it. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to save the rest of that for a current events discussion, yo. That shit'll make you sicker than a dog. So you be having to watch out for that, sometimes, because it be misty out there and stuff like that, because the earth here is spring. Like, here in Augusta, like, the trees got, like, it's really springing out there right now. Like, actually, it's flowers on the trees and stuff. It's flowering out there. Crazy.
Mm-hmm. See, they been hitting us with that cold out here these past 2 weeks. But then I say it's only gonna work for 2 weeks, and then that heat gonna kick back in.
Yeah, they talking about it might snap back cold in March. I'm like, how? Like, they doing too much. They need to just stop, because I think every time they do that, they just gonna make that flood and stuff worse on people up there. Like, because that shit is gonna melt immediately. You understand what I'm saying? And what that shit gonna just, you understand? But it's like either way it go, you fuck, bruh. If you want to come for the air and do the dumb shit, obviously it's not taking us out quick enough, whatever they doing up there. But all of that condensation and dumb stuff they doing is causing all of this extra, you know what I'm saying, water and stuff like that. And upsetting the ionosphere, causing a lot of tornadoes where they wouldn't have, you know what I'm saying, maybe have been, you understand? Like, these people, they doing anything. It's just to combat us. This is the thing. They want to stop us from, you understand, becoming damn near immortal, and stop us from ascending and block the plasma energy from getting to us, because they know that's our form of intelligence. You understand what I'm saying? But you ain't going to be able to stop it. So it's like a futile ass task right now. Like, I don't enter and overstand. Like, you would kill your own and still done lost. Like, for what?
Evil is dumb.
Yeah, evil is dumb, ain't it? It'd be killing me because Elon will get up there talking about he want white people to procreate more, and then y'all doing the shit to killing them. Because y'all killing air, it ain't just, you understand?
And they're out there approving IVF for all
Yeah,
the
I
people.
think they
Meanwhile,
take
they're
y'all.
ruining their
Exactly,
fertility.
y'all. Listen, let me tell y'all something. It's a war on poor white people too. They better know it. These people is elitists. They believe a certain class of people should be on the earth. And now that they don't need them people to push the buttons on the minorities no more, they feel like they expendable. Shit's too real. They savage, bruh. Savage. But anyway, that's them. That ain't us. So announcement that I'm gonna make is on the 27th, I'm gonna hold a meditation. It's gonna be a 30-minute guided meditation. I think I'm gonna do the heart chakra, since that's the gateway or whatever, to try to help us welcome in the Jubilee. So the 27th is also, I think that's my current events day. So I might move current events to Wednesday. So Thursday, I could do that like Thursday evening about 7. So I'll just send out the invitations. I'm trying to think of which group I want to do it in, because I want everybody who, would like to participate to be able to participate. So I might move that to the, the all open group, where anybody can join, so I can invite people from my other social medias, because I think that, for this time that's coming, we need to be in the right mindset. We need to take in the right energy. We need to focus on meditation, healing, detoxing, our spirituality, learning, ascending, paying attention to the signs that we're being shown from higher self and our ancestors, and really tuning out all of the distractions, because I feel like that's why it's so many of them right now, because they know that our mind is in such a critical point right now in the quantum. You understand that they want to try to dampen us, and we just gotta, take control and keep pushing the mindset. We got to keep pushing the narrative. We can't allow ourselves to get caught up in what everybody else is talking about in the news cycle, to be in an algorithm. You understand what I'm saying? We are supposed to be outside of that. You understand? So that's what we're doing. And we'll push it again. You understand? We pushed them this far. We getting ready to push them even further. Because all we have to do is capture people's mind talking about the quantum and stuff like that. And once we get that mind, you understand what I'm saying? They're going to have to push it. It ain't going to go but as far as one of us take it. You understand? They're going to want to leave this stagnant. We can't allow ourselves to become stagnant in our spirituality or become focused on one discipline. Spirituality knowledge is a multi-discipline concept. So when you master one thing, you're not a master of all. So you go to the next. And the reason why that is because you have to have mastered many concepts to even see the whole picture. And that's where I think a lot of people in spirituality go wrong. Like they get caught up in doing just one thing, like the gematria or the syncretism, or you understand, or the decode. And I'm like, bruh, you are mastering just one aspect of the scholarship, bruh. You still becoming the same program that you are as in the corporation when they label you an employee. And that person don't do nothing but study the shit to go higher in just that field. For what? If you everything, don't you got to take in everything? That's the only way you're going to really be able to solve the equation.
Yep.
And that's how you really gonna get to the shortcuts too. Because if you know gematria and astrology and geometry, you done fucked them up right there, bruh. Because once you know geometry, you know astrology, and then you know gematria. That's why they all got the gem in it. I swear, man. You'll fuck somebody up. You understand what I'm saying? Or at least be able to know what the hell they talking about. And then that's what he talking about, like that serpent wisdom. Like you'll be able to see something and you'll be like be able to see straight through the bullshit. Like you'll be looking at it and you can't be superficial no more because you done mastered so many concepts that immediately when you see the symbols, it just strike you. Because you go to looking at shit like, when you get to advanced levels of spirituality, you'll see shit in codes and symbols. You really will. You'll go beyond what's physically there, and you'll start seeing how shit is sequenced. You'll see the numbers in some stuff. You'll see like the triangles, the angles. If it's a picture, like you'll go to putting together a whole bunch of different things all at once because that's how the brain works. You understand what I'm saying? So if you got geometry in your brain and you got some gematria in your brain. You understand what I'm saying? And all of those concepts, you understand, and you start to turn on your spiritual eye. That's more neuronal pathways that's going to light up. So when you look at a news article, you immediately can see all of the different concepts in it and know exactly what signal they throwing. Because that's a broadcast, y'all. Trust me, y'all. These people got ways to communicate without everybody seeing it in secret, motherfucker. That's what they doing in all of them tunnels and shit. So when they put a broadcast out, that's a spell. And they send in codes. You understand? And that shit control the masses because these people are being feared off of some goddamn news articles, y'all. Y'all know I'm telling the truth. Some posts, they got some little bots that be putting posts and shit up. These people see a couple of pieces of propaganda, they done went and gave their life. Y'all know I ain't lying.
Well, you're speaking facts.
That's all it was ever for, bruh. Because if I got a way to communicate with you, Susan, and me and you on the same page, what I got to include Stedman and them for? I'm just going to hit you right in your DM, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only reason why, if me and you got an agreement, I'm going to go and post it to the whole group is for what? Because I want the whole group to see something. But let's say I'm posting it and I know the hidden codes of what I'm doing, but it's going to look a certain way to these people because I got the codes in there. You understand what I'm saying? And me and Susan know what them codes is, and you done forgot, but it's just still the same codes and it's still going to cause the same effect in your mind. You see how that goes? Then let's say I'm over here in America, and so I'm running the people over here, and you over in Russia, you got your assignment or whatever. Then we all just gonna start using the newspaper to throw propaganda and codes. We all controlling our people, and then I can see exactly what you doing. What's working for you over there? Oh, I'm finna take it and try it over here. That's why Trump is like that dude that's in fucking. That's why all of these dictators is taking control now. They all using the same program.
They sure are.
It's Hitler playbook. Shit.
Everything is by design.
By
Everything.
design. The scary part of it is now they know, motherfucker, it ain't no more. It's not gonna work. So now you just gotta look at it as if a bitch know they done failed and they still going through with it. What the fuck is really going on? I'm really scared of you now. Not scared, but I just don't. I know you capable of anything, bitch. So I'm always on guard. That's what I need to say. Keep saying, because I'm not scared. It's like the level after you scared, like, you know, when you go from scared to on guard, like, bitch, like, I'm on guard, like fighting for my life, like my back is in a corner right now. Like, that's how hard I'm on these motherfuckers right now, because I know that's where y'all at, motherfucker, because you already know you dead. So the only purpose of you even keeping on through with this is just trying to take as many of us out as you can, you miserable bitch. Excuse me, y'all, but for real, misery love company, bruh. You know you done. So what you gonna do? Just try to, you know what I'm saying? I mean, but ain't that the way it would go? That's a negative frequency, right? That's what negative frequency do. It inverse you on yourself. You understand what I'm saying? It's the inverse of us. Just as hard as we fighting for souls to ascend, they fighting for souls to go where they going.
My bad. Can you hear? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Bad. Hello, peace. But
Peace.
yeah, no, it was the same thing that I realized just watching the play out, and it's like you can tell. It's like I feel like, as you were saying before, when you do reach like such a high level in spirituality, it does become like, to me, it became a little bit different, like, because it's like, in what you start to experience and in what you experience, it's like it's one of the craziest like games that people will ever see really play out across like just in their lifetime, when you really do take a look at it from, like, I would say, like, from a bird's eye view, a different, like, a bird's eye perspective, where you can look at it as like it really do be a huge game of chess, like, from a lot of a lot of different families and whatnot, where it's like what I can see through a lot of this is the Matrix, because it wasn't just coded and decoded by one person. The people that are using that negative side of the coding, they don't have that, like, they used to have a really big stronghold and influence over entertainment and media, but I feel like as that stronghold has started to like slowly decline and whatnot, you can see, I like to say, it's like, I feel like this is where like a lot of, what do you call it now, there, I'd say, oh, what's it called, what do you call it, speculations, that's the word. I feel like a lot of speculations on time traveling and stuff like that started to come in more and more, just as the journey started to go on, where you could see people like the Pope and Queen Elizabeth, a lot of these, and a few other celebrities, a lot of these people down here was using other methods to preserve themselves, to keep the game running in a certain way. But as our side of, like, as the magic starts to come through, and our side of the end, like, our magic really starts to, I feel like, just wording it is like, we are like, and always have been and always will be, like, some of the most powerful beings to walk and grace the earth, in a way where it's like our physical presence is so powerful where naturally a lot of this stuff does start to uncover itself just because of the what I like to call the the vibrance of the energy, like the true love frequency that we do, and like that we do carry this unconditional love energy where it's like telling the difference between the organic beings of the earth and what we're here to do becomes a lot easier in a sense and aspect of like just using it's like once you do master so many principles, you're using angles, you're using, as you said, geometry, science, certain parts of numerology, gematria and whatnot. But as you do start formulating this, you can tell just the impact that it has had over time on these people, where it's like now we're in talks of like having wealth returned back to the land and whatnot. We're getting my bad. I don't want to speak for too long. We're getting we're getting news of the Pope dying and the Pope being rushed to hospital, which is
No, he on the way out. Yeah, I just saw a news break said his condition just worsened again. He on his way out the door. He might not make it to the 28th.
Yeah, it's crazy to me because it's like I've realized it's like nobody, like a lot of people don't actually know these people in the type of sense of where it's like, oh, the Pope necessarily isn't your neighbor, but that original energy that the Pope was like a lot. I took a screenshot of them and I looked at them. I'm kind of there like, yo, why did you like all look the same in this weird ass way? Like it's like I can tell that's a certain type of like archonic bloodline that they're working with, where it's like they follow a similar type of energy, they carry certain type of traits and whatnot. But my bad. But because I've realized as well, a lot of people, you couldn't have Pope Benedict the 6th or the 8th or Pope Francis and these guys out doing any form of like spiritual ritual in like where it's using my bad. Carry on.
No, you fine. Go ahead. No, I'm just saying you right. Thank you. They couldn't. I don't know why he tried. You know what? For me, I don't even know why he tried to simulate it. As soon as he did, I know he was dead. I'm like, bro, that's it. Like, I told people, I'm like, he doing what? Like, people was all afraid. I'm like, afraid of what, bro? He can't get on no step. He gonna kill himself. He gonna get hurt. Look, like, I don't know. You know, I just look at it just like you said, like it's a big game of chess. And it's almost like the more I awaken and got in tune with the quantum theory, it's almost like you wake up in a video game. That shit might sound crazy, but you really go to looking at this shit like it's certain energies you can play with, it's certain outcomes you can actually manipulate with your mind. And it really is the power of you versus you when you get to a certain point. Because even when you make an error, you know why you made the error, because you chose to do it. So it's like a different level of accountability. And it's like, you don't look at stuff as a failure, but you just look at it as a lesson, and you learn, you understand, and you apply principles, you know, and that's kind of like everything that they got. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you even look at it like a cell phone or whatever, you can't do nothing with a cell phone until you do what? Put applications on it. You can't get a job until you put in what? An application. So it's the same way. It's kind of like in this life, when you really awaken, you just apply those different principles as applications to your life, and then you unlock new shit, which is new dimensional planes of consciousness that can manipulate not just here, but other places too. Because you could get to the quantum level so deep, you already know you ain't just bending this reality, you bending other realities too. Because you know, you see yourself when you're doing
it. Yeah, I heavily agree with that like on that type of level, because it's like as you said, and it's like like applying yourself in certain areas. Like it's like I like to learn. I spend a lot of time studying, but once I've managed to, I'd say, piece something together that's good enough to the point where I can actually like make use of it in a different way, especially quantumly. It's like you start to realize, like, especially for myself, there's so many realities of peace that I've managed to create for myself. Like, it's like, to
Man,
me,
yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. Is y'all seeing this? Speak. And when he talk, tell me if you don't see like the sun seem like it's getting bright, and you see y'all seeing that?
Yeah, I
Talk.
see that. Yeah.
Like it was like the sun just started. Go ahead and speak. Like, see how when I'm talking, like the sun getting. It's weird. Go ahead and talk, y'all.
my bad. This is, I feel like that's where it came into it. It's like all the realities of peace that I really do be working on, especially like creating. It's like, to me, I've really been working on my master, like what you would call a master builder in it. So it's like I'm learning certain templates and whatnot, learning where to it's like it's me learning the mechanisms of the matrix, but in a way where I can help to repair it, but not in the same way that people know of. Because it's like, to me, there's multiple universal matrices. Everybody's in their own, like in their own universe, working their own matrix. So as we do start to come together on something bigger, it's like, what I've realized is this is what I'm saying. This is what I like to call energetic pathways. You've got the ley lines and whatnot, tunnels and stuff like this underground, but because of it, there's a lot more to what society is, what life is, on a certain aspect and level, where I do really feel like when it came to the government governing the mind and whatnot, it really did have an effect on the people, in the sense of like you being able to create, you being able to apply not only your own levels of free, like not only your own levels of your sovereignty and your freedom, but also your ability to create that level of freedom. You can live inside of what I'd say a 1-bedroom house and have as many experiences as you possibly can, and then at the same time still come back out into the outside world in a certain type of way, where it's like you can now apply certain experiences to help out that part of the matrix in a way where it's like, okay, we can open up better experiences for other people. Because it's like, to me, if you don't know how to necessarily work on yourself in a certain way that at least allows you to be more functionable in certain areas of society, because I do realize, I do agree with high levels of spiritual protection for people and themselves, especially traveling quantumly. I don't necessarily like, you see what it is? I feel like when you're watching stuff like this play out, people will hear about the Vatican, the Pope, and all this gold, and then everybody will go to attack it. But if you do that, then it's a bunch of different energies that you don't necessarily want there, and it won't allow you to see that, like, what actually is in that. Like, you'll just have a bunch of people being like, oh, yo, we all went to the Astrals and we went to go to the Vatican. But it's like, I can get that side and aspect of it, but to me, I'm also trying to learn from it, like what was so important about these buildings, where it started to harvest so much spiritual energy anyway, which is where I do a lot of my science and my code flipping and energy in these places to show people. It's like a lot of what I would like to call our magic on that side is a lot more powerful than people would think, to the point where it's like we can get memories and stuff from just by like interacting with certain things. Like I feel like a lot of
Mhm.
if we did, like a lot of us, if we did go to the Vatican and we just felt the wars and stuff like that, it would be like it'll become a powerful experience where what you're gonna gain and what you're gonna learn from it's gonna be completely different, because a lot of this stuff does go unnoticed and unspoken about in a way where it's like Bohemian Grove and all of that type of stuff is not something that people, my bad, like to hear about and whatnot. And a lot of the energy that was conjured up in these places, it gives you an eerie feeling. Like, so it's like when it does come to quantumly doing these things and like like channeling this energy and flipping energy, I feel like a lot of people like to, like, I've seen so many people over the years do a lot of stuff, so it is a little different. Like there's millions of light workers down here, like that a
Mhm.
lot of people, my bad, wouldn't necessarily be aware of. But at the same time, I did realize we don't necessarily all use the same type of, let's call it energetic magic. So it's like we, as, like, I like to call us the primordials, like the primordial dragons and whatnot, we still use a lot of our chaos magic at the same time as using our light magic, at the same time as using quantum principles, quantum okay, I'll call it quantum knowledge, wisdom and aspects. And it's like, in the way that it is to me, it's like we've watched the war begin, and there's a lot to it. Like, in the best way I can explain it, I feel like it's a little bit different because we are so ancient, but we've really beat them. We've played this game, we've beat
Yeah.
them at this game. my bad my bad we've played this game, beat them at this game, but we're still going back into the game to make repairs to it. So for the next time around, we won't lose in a certain, like, we won't lose in the same way. That goes, in my point and like in my perspective, that goes from people to just everything in it, because a lot of this spiritual war to me was heavily dependent and reliant on the children as well and the next generations. So it's like, it's a little bit different, because when it comes to us using our stuff, we don't necessarily we don't necessarily use it in the same way. Like, it's crazy that you mentioned the window, because I know what you're talking about. It's because our connection to this planet is truly different. Like, all of this type of stuff. My bad. I don't want to overspeak too much, so I do apologize if
No,
I'm
go ahead,
taking up the
everybody.
mic and not
It's
taking
open range. It's open range.
it.
I'm a just a type of person, but it's open range. This is what we do. We all free talk. This is the cipher portion of the discussion. So you fine.
Right, man. So it's like, I do feel like, as we do remember ourselves and we do start tapping in on a certain level, it's like we can really start to use this type of stuff in a way where the new crystal cities, the golden age, was it was spoken about very heavily, but is real, man. It's possible. A lot of us have already been building in certain aspects, so we can start, like, at least maneuvering and managing this type of stuff just a little bit better, because I feel like when it does come to it, there's a lot of psychic shock, physical shock. There's a lot more to do with the nervous system and whatnot, and then preparing even your children and stuff like this for something like this to happen, where it's like the transition is, we're trying to make it as smooth as possible, so when stuff like this does happen, it doesn't create too much panic. You're right.
I'm telling you, it gave me a straight panic attack. I'm trying to tell you. That's what happened to me. I had a panic attack when it hit me, bro, because it hit you like I wasn't even asleep. Like, Empress was asleep, but I wasn't asleep when it hit me. And it was like, I was going to talk about that. I'm glad that you brought that up, because people need to be aware. Bruh, you're not crazy, and it can almost give you a panic attack. Like, when you link when you link up or whatever, I don't know what really to call it, but like when I really got my star link or whatever, and I linked to my higher self, like that connection got made, like, because it really did like do something to my nervous system. You understand what I'm saying? Like my heart started beating like real. You understand what I'm saying? Fast. Like it was hitting my respiration and everything. It was almost like my body was coming online. And I thought I was having a damn heart attack. You understand?
Right.
Yeah. I thought I was, about to get up out of here. I'm like, damn, no, ex-flare must be done got me. It must be. I was like, it's my motherfucking time. And ended up, man, listen, that's what happened to me, y'all. And I called the paramedics and the 5-star showed up and locked me up, y'all. That's what happened. I was in here. Go ahead.
Oh no, my bad. I was just about to say that's like it's kind of crazy to hear that because I've realized we're starting to have certain experiences that are really like linked up in a certain type of way because it's like it's crazy because I swear I swear I seen it was the North Star like and it was like I'm looking I'm sitting here like nah I'm not like it's nah yo it's crazy like it's like
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all, for real. I don't know who else to been through that too, but I'm trying to tell you, it'll blow you down, bro. Like you gotta be out. And it was like unexpected too. Like, but I knew I was edging up to it, you understand, because it was like a lot of stuff was just coming online and like I was really like I felt like I was in between here and the quantum. Like I remember like I was even on the chat with like people and stuff and I could tell that this dude was battling a demon in the quantum, but he was just wrestling here in the physical with nothing. Like it was just weird stuff was going on. So I knew like I was like in the in-between, like, you right there. And bruh, when it hit me, like fully hit me, it'll make you seem crazy, bro. Like you really have to. And like now that I could see the quantum, I'm even still measured with how I talk about it, bro, because the way you bring it down here, you'll take people to they won't be ready. Like it'll just make you seem like you too far gone and then you just can't and then you'll just turn super weird. So I ain't trying to be super weird for y'all. So I'm trying to measure it. But it was just so funny because Bobby Hemmitt was like most revolutionaries seem weird because when you get in that quantum, bruh. What's crazy?
Like,
Go ahead.
like
Go
when
ahead.
you woke up, it almost feel like when you woke up, that wasn't nothing to what you know now.
Yeah. It opened up a whole new plane of thought for you that is not here or hasn't been set out yet here. Like for me, I don't use the old principles like gematria and shit like that to see stuff that I'm seeing shit that don't nobody else see now, or I'm doing shit with it that because I know what it is now. You understand? Like I'm going beyond what is laid out for me. You understand? Like I know I'm stepping in territory now that you understand ain't here. And so I'm very cognizant of what I'm trying to pull back and what I'm trying to leave alone because shit, it's still unknown to me. You understand? Like I'm still learning myself. You understand what I'm saying? And shit, we so powerful. You be to drop some shit and be to help the motherfucker out and not even know what you to help them. Like I don't know. it's just such knowledge. You understand? Like you might remember a sigil or a code, and you understand, and you might not realize what it is, because that's sometimes how it works, and that could be some heavy duty shit, bruh. The code to activate one of these temples or something, bruh. You meditate with that motherfucker, and a volcano in Greece go off.
That's what that signal. That's what that signal did when that you gave to me. But the funny thing is, it didn't like it for me. Like it happened in stages because I looked at it one time, it opens up something else. I looked at it another time, it opened up something else. The third time I looked at it, it was like it was spinning in a way that it unlocked so much stuff. It was like emotion in that moment, but. It's just like what you said with the signals, like, and the things that could happen in certain times. So I think that it was a timing of me looking at it, and all that came into play of me looking at that at that time, and all that unlocked some other stuff.
Facts. Because you guys, you in a geographic location. We could throw time away because we the clock. You understand? And when certain alignments take place in you, in your geographic location, in astrals, you're going to be compelled to do certain stuff on your path because you are celestial. What you doing down here is what you manifesting up there too. Remember, I told y'all, we narcissists, we like to look at ourselves in the mirror. Mirror magic. Up there, you can't. You understand? That's why we all looking at that star, y'all. Because we link to it. We looking at ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? You is that western star, that northern star you looking at. You realize that, right? That's you that then came back into the orbit.
Right.
Nah, my bad. It's kind of crazy to me because I do apologize. I'm not trying to overspeak anybody.
No, go ahead. Come on with it. This is the open look. This open discussion. We all unmute the mic. We can come on camera and everything. This is an open cipher. You welcome. Yeah, we all.
Yeah, what I realized as well. Yeah, is the stars change. Like it's like the stars they play a role in a different way. Where it's like they're telling a story. Like, but in the way that it is, the stars change. Like, not everything's always visible in the night sky, but in the way that I seen it is like I don't even like that the North Star be acting like I don't necessarily go to make that type of connection with the ancestors on that level, because to me I do realize it is super powerful on a certain level where it's like I look at it like this. It's like not everywhere is changing, not everywhere is changeable and stuff like this. But in the way that we are working, it's like we are working a lot more stuff, like a lot more of this into the grid in a way where actually it helps in a completely different way. Like you've mentioned sigils and the volcano sigil and that, like that stuff is like the temples and like all of this type of stuff is really a lot more of us now starting to reclaim a lot of our land back, but it's in a completely different way to what people expected. Like it's like with what they did leave and write in the rights, to me it was like this is like it was their forfeit, like that was them basically submitting the rest of this type of stuff down here just to show us like really and truly like he's been over with. Like I feel like us now on this type of end is like we're just really having fun, as you would say in it, quantumly, like kicking these people's asses, where it's like where it's like okay, now it's our turn, like we flinging out 101 Yu-Gi-Oh cards, like, yo, nah.
Man, Man, I learned how to activate the iron rod. My iron rod, boy, I've been hitting them with it. Boy, I've been slapping them. Boy, slapping them. It's hilarious, y'all. It is just having fun. And you know, it just be so funny to see when it manifests over here. You understand what I'm saying? Like how it happened? Priceless. I think we always go ahead.
What about carry on? Now I feel
No,
like
go ahead. It's like I be telling people in the Telegram sometimes when I be talking, I can't see when I'm like unmute themselves because I can only see like the first two people or whatever on the screen. So just go ahead and talk. It's an open. You understand what I'm saying? Forum. I'm not trying to over talk nobody. I just be talking because don't nobody else be talking. But I'm gonna be quiet because I done talked a lot.
Nah, my bad. I was just agreeing with you on that, like, just on that type of like level anyway. It's like just that spiritual excitement of necessarily like actually being. It's like finally physically being able to do something about what happened, but just in a fun way, where it's like now you really getting to test out your abilities and use some of the stuff that you really wanted to use now, like because it's like their systems is coming down. Their figureheads have been loot, like all of their figureheads, politicians, all of that type of stuff. Whatever stronghold they did have is now collapsing in a way where it's like they're about to we dropping the magic on them now. We dropping the magic. Just boom, one thunderstorm. He's fun.
Listen, you can see it manifest like literally as we are here in this cipher. You can see the sun doing like this right now, right? Like you can literally see the frequency radiating over here with me. So it's over, bruh. Like it's almost like Superman done got his heart back. You ain't nothing you could do, bruh. You ain't got nothing left. Like it was almost like I feel like we was just in a low energetic state. And you understand, and you know, and I think that we needed to go through that state in order to bounce back full strength, like even stronger. So it's just, I can't even say it's a matter of time because it's already happening right now. We already reclaiming our lands. Temples is being activated and going off now as we speak, and world systems is shutting down as they should, as they got to.
Right. They try to mask it with other things, though. They try to mask it. That's the only thing that they could do right now is just try to mask it. That's what they trying to do, even with all the planes and falling and all that. They trying to mask it with other things.
Mm-hmm.
China, shit like that.
Mm-hmm. 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 You hit the nail on the head, Donnell. They trying to mask it, you understand? And at the same time, send each other signals that they in panic about it. You understand what I'm saying? And at the same time, give these people the illusion that they in control or something, like they controlling the planes falling out there or they commerce or whatever. Nigga, if I had a system and I'm winning at it, why would I destroy the system that I'm winning at? Y'all, come on. It's destroyed because it's ordained that it's gotta go, bitch. You got no control over that. Never had no control over it. All they had was a playbook from their ancestors to try to give them a leg up to poison our minds so we would be confused and maybe follow their dumb ass during this time and think they were supposed to lead us. Shit, joke's on you, bitch. Joke's on them. Ain't nobody have to give nobody no instructions what to do. You just knew what to do when it was the time to do it. Something just turned on in you and you just knew it was time to kick ass. And we done been kicking ass ever since.
That's exactly how it happened. You know, and you don't know, you can't even explain it to other people around you, even to like my spouse. Like I couldn't, like when it was happening for me, I could not explain it, you know. And it's like she had to slowly, like, as she came in, then she understood where I was coming from. But it's like it was nothing to be like explained. And like you said, like you would turn on and you would do it, and you like shit, like all right, I got to do it because it's like it's something it's an instruction that's embedded in me.
Right. It's a innate code, and I think all of y'all are warriors. You understand? We got these innate warrior codes, these dragon codes, yo, and they just activate. I really think that has to do with a number of things. You understand? But it's definitely outside of time, because it's no way they could have predicted it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not that it was going to happen in 2025. You understand what I'm saying? Because it already occurred before 2025 even existed. You understand? Because our ancestors wrote about this time happening before it was a 2025.
Right.
So therefore, you understand what I'm saying? It's like the illusion within the illusion of control, and who's in power and who ain't in power, and do you got power over your own mind to change your outcome? And I think we done changed a lot of outcomes, you understand, just in our life path. Like, I don't think anything that happened to any of us was by mistake. I think it was a calculated divine path based on mathematical algorithms and stuff like that, that your soul took you through every step that you done took in this life to get you to this point. You understand?
I
Because,
agree. Everything
I
happens for a reason.
I agree too.
yeah, everything is an impression. You understand? But what's an impression? It's an imprint. You understand? And when something imprints in you, you imprint in that too. You understand? And that forms a new pathway of knowledge. So you understand? I think that as a soul, we were always learning and going through different things to learn how to become who we are and master certain strengths. You understand? That would have probably stopped other people, and that have stopped other people, but that's what makes you a guide. You understand what I'm saying? That's what gives you guidance and makes you have wisdom and knowledge. It's not because you were smarter than anybody else or anything like that. It's just that you was able to walk a path and acquire knowledge in a way, and then you able to spread it to help somebody else. You understand? But overstand, you spreading that knowledge to them ain't gonna make that path light up for them. It don't matter. They gonna have to still light up their own path, and it's gonna be a different journey for them when they light up. You understand? Like, each of us, we all can tell you, oh, it's gonna be a moment when you gonna link up. We all done had that experience, but we can't tell you how it's going to happen, how it's going to make you
That's a
feel, and
fact.
none of that type of stuff, or when it's going to happen for you. And we all on here talking about when it happened for us. We didn't even know it had happened to anybody else till we just said it.
Right. I know we meeting up.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you gonna become outside the book. When you going with spiritual, that's straight gnosis, bro. You on something else that ain't here. But for some reason, it's all gonna link up. And that's what's so funny to me when we all get on this chats. We share similar experiences, similar life paths, similar things, but they're different too, because we different people. But we like, dang, that's so, I had that happen too,
Right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
My bad, family. I'm heading out for a little bit, but I will be back on in a little bit. So much peace and love to everybody. Always
Oh,
sending
much peace
my
and love to you. Much peace and love. Thank you for coming and joining us, brother. I've been trying to get you in here for a while.
Wow.
much peace and love. Thank you. I'm always active. I'll be active, man. I'll be active.
Ashe, yes, be active. All my members be active. Y'all know y'all could come on here and do your own discussions and stuff too. So, Ashe.
See.
Yeah. That's all right though. It's so good to be able to cipher with the tribe though and restart the spiritual discussions again, and everything. And I'm just trying to think of, what I'm saying, ideas for things that we can do so that when we get on here, what I'm saying, we using our time to do something that's valuable and that's helping us to shift and ascend. You know what I'm saying? Because attention and time is the most valuable thing you could give a person. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that we got to value our attention more highly than what we do. You understand what I'm saying? Because what you giving your mind to is really changing what's going on in time. And that's my opinion, but I know it's the truth too. It's my truth,
Oh, it's definitely the truth. It really matters where our attention goes. That's, as they say, where our energy flows.
Ashe. And I think, we just got to remember that we are energetic beings and we like that sine wave. You understand? You're going to go up and you're going to go down. You understand? But that's really a circle if you really think about it. But you want to do more of the sine because you want to be forever moving. You understand what I'm saying? You don't want to just loop in the same cycle over and over. We want to, you understand what I'm saying, flow and change and morph and become, you know what I'm saying, a better fractal of ourselves. And so we know that we didn't repeat any type of past mistakes because we know we already won. So now I just look at this is impressions. We already know we won. We done quantum leaped and seen the future. So this right now is our soul just getting the impressions that's going to build us to the beings that we are in. You see what I'm saying? It's just
That's
like,
beautiful. Yeah.
yeah, it's got to play out like that. Like, even though we are wise enough and advanced enough to have left in time to see that this is over because it's all occurring simultaneously, we know that now in this reality, we getting the impressions on the soul that's going to build us into what we become. And then it's simple why you got to go through this. You understand? And you one of the most battle-tested ones because you got to set up everything in the systems and you understand. And we got the hardest fight right now because the mind of the world is so polluted and is so tricked into thinking of a false reality, looking at celebrities that's using occult symbolisms, but still keeping the people at a plateau and not really showing them what them symbolisms mean. Like, I could show you an eye raw. I really mean that all day. But if I'm not showing you what it really means, and I'm not talking about just that surface shit, I'm talking about the real geometry of it. Like, I'm telling you, you understand, like, what cranial nerves associated with it, what meditation, like, you need to be meditating, like, and it's got to do with your eye. Like, your eye manifests your destiny. Think about it, like angles. You understand? Like, if you not hitting people with everything, like, in the whole layers of it, you wasting their time, bruh. Because then you just showing them an eye, and in their mind, they know they supposed to know something about that eye. But then you distract them with some bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? And then they done wasted their time. Because they can't never get past the physical symbol of the eye to see what it really means, which is what the power is. You see where I'm going? Real surface spirituality. Like, you got a lot of people on YouTube now, they talking about burning candles and everything like that. You, like, listen, these are ancient arts for a reason, and they don't represent the little superficial shit people saying. Like, a candle literally is you. Like, you literally is the wick. You understand? And that shit represents your geographic location there. You draw a star on that shit or 4 angles, you understand what I'm saying? North, east, south, west. And that shit really do mean something. You understand? And you burning currency, spiritual currency. So you better know what you doing when you lighting that bitch. And most people be burning spiritual currency and don't know what they doing, and then don't nothing ever happen because they burning candles for the wrong reason. Burning candles and you can't even, your soul, it's no need to even burn it for what you asking for because it ain't gonna never manifest. The whole reason for the candle is for meditation purposes, really. Every time you look at that candle, you programming your mind to manifest what it's supposed to manifest. But what you're trying to manifest is the key, because you only got to speak to the universe in abundance. So before you can master candle magic, what you got to master? Your mind and meditation, right? So you ain't never going to be able to do no candle magic till you can meditate, mother. You wasting your time. But they ain't going to tell nobody that shit. You understand shit? They might not even know that shit. You see where I'm going with this? They got a motherfucker up in there paying cannabis, all of this shit. You understand what I'm saying? Telling people all of these nice stories. Red is for fucking root chakra and all of that shit. And the color red is just a color, but it's a frequency. It mean more than just a fucking. You understand what I'm saying? Like, shit is too deep. You can't never get nowhere just on the surface. It's almost like a motherfucker giving you the nursery rhyme, the ta 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 la 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 motherfucker, and you not realizing the ta 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 is the most powerful ancient tongue you had, motherfucker. And you singing a curse on yourself in your most ancient parcel tongue, nigga. I'm laughing, but it really ain't funny because I'm really being serious. But I'm telling you, it's a nursery rhyme. So I got you burning candles, yo, binding yourself even more to the physical realm. Burning the ancestors that's going to keep you bound here because you don't even realize that shit, you the altar. And you see how I'm hindering you there? I got you thinking you learning occult, but I got you so surface that you don't understand the quantum mechanics of what you're doing really. You understand it's just surface, like you associating it with something physical, like a day of the week or something like that. Or you understand you're not understanding that when you do certain things, it's because you compelled at a certain time because your soul needs you to do that to manifest something physically. You understand? Like you're really changing your auric field. You're really doing something. You understand what I'm saying? But that's not ordered by a calendar per se. Because you the calendar. So that's how you go to stepping outside of time and then manifesting your own destiny. You understand? When you go beyond what these people teach you, like, because it ain't no principles really with chaos and energy, yo, and anything. When you get caught on a principle, you already done lost because you done boxed your mind into thinking something could be one way and that's the way it's got to be. And then you can't never see nothing else. You can't never grow. You can't never pivot. You can't become fluid. You just gonna remain, you understand, on a certain bar. And that's where these people want your mind. You understand, like, you got to understand that you your best guide and your best teacher. But you got to enter and understand that you got to release the creativity of your mind to even get to that point, to know to guide yourself. And that's the most powerful magic, when you guide yourself.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Ashe, self-guidance, man, self-preserve. Everything goes back to the cell because you a son. You got all the information is in you, and all the codes is in you. You ain't nothing you gotta do. Just like me and Darnell, all of us just said, did nothing. give us that shit. It just happened, like it.
Yeah,
Dude,
that shit is really true. Like it happens on your time. Your knowing, your higher self is gonna light you up, and even if you don't want it, once you know, I don't even know what you could do to it because it's either you either conform and know like what your higher self is telling you, or you be like that matrix person and say I want to go right back into the matrix, like
you
even
gonna
though I know
kill
everything.
yourself. You gonna
Yeah,
suicide yourself. You gonna commit suicide. That's what's gonna happen. Because that's the only way you're gonna be able to go back. I'm telling you, it'll fuck with you hard. It can fuck with you hard, bro. Like, I don't know. Because you can't go back, bro. Like, once you hit it, bro, you just... But I tell you, you could go there and it could make you quantum crazy, though.
yep. That's why you got a lot of crazy people out here.
Yeah, it could give you mania. It could make you manic as fuck. Because you outside of time, bro. You will be... I don't know what I call that shit. Like,
That's a drug on its own. That's a drug on its own.
It's a drug on its own. Like, bruh, when they see you doing that, they gonna lock you up and try to put shit in you, bruh. So learn how to control. If you get it that hard, just learn how to control it, man. That's why a lot of geniuses used to lock themselves up in their room and shit.
Facts.
Because it was like Chief was saying Akanuga before he got off the line. Like, you can be in your house and you could be in a whole nother reality, and then you could walk outside and it's a whole nother one. That's how you deal with the quantum, for real. That's why them people had all of that shit wrote on the walls and stuff, because you have to confine yourself when you go into the quantum, because people ain't gonna understand it. And sometimes it'll take you to a place, you understand, you be dealing with ancestors, geometry, you seeing sigils, symbols, shit like that. You understand what I'm saying, bring yourself down so you could bring it to the people. Or maybe it ain't for you to bring to the people. Maybe it's just knowledge for you, you understand, and you becoming more whole. So you gotta just take a second, because it'll hit you, nigga. That shit'll hit you. It's a metaphysical, real experience. Like, it's not like it's visions, it's everything. Like, bruh, I don't know, it's another level. That's the best I can explain it without going too deep. But it's like, now that I've touched that, I know that nobody's crazy. They just on a different level of consciousness. Yeah, that people cannot understand. It was not until I experienced this in January that I realized that those people is not crazy. Because I totally understood everything they was talking about, because that was what was happening on the fucking quantum plane. They was talking about they was getting attacked by Elon Musk in the quantum and shit, and they was fighting to reclaim their land. People that's supposed to be crazy was talking about reclaiming land.
And we all was on that.
So much drugs, yo. They was giving people so much drugs. I was like, bro, I gotta be quiet, bro. I can't say even that I understand to a degree. I was just trying to tell the people, like, bro, to themselves, like, you ain't crazy, but you can't keep on telling these people this, because they gonna keep you here.
Facts, right.
You can't be telling these people this type of stuff, because they gonna try to degrade the melanin out your brain, bruh, for real. When they go to knowing you could do that type of shit, y'all, just keep it to yourself. Talk to people that understand and learn how to measure it and how to bring it to people. You understand, where you don't be in the mania state. You understand what I'm saying? Because it'll take you to a mania, bro. That information will go to hitting your ass so fast.
Well, that's what it's like. And like with that preaching shit, it just goes out the way. You know what I'm saying? Us is giving out messages. It's not preaching not directly going to people and in their face, because now we understand like everybody got their own timing. But as long as we
Yeah.
put out the messages and they are able to tap in when they ready to get the message, then that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's not always like finding a person to a message and trying to like force
Yeah.
it and bat them. Nah, because then we don't know what we could be like triggering to cover their ears, you know what I'm saying? To cover their eyes to the real to their timing of tapping in. So it's like we gotta stop that. And then I want to tap in on what you said. It's like there's a lot of like when you really tap in, when you touch certain shit, the vibrations and like the quick I would say like visions that you would get, that's the start of it all. That's the real start of it all. Like that what started me. Like I remember in church, and I was in Sunday school, and I was like, they had us like doing like little practice, like little like being a pastor, almost like practicing being a pastor. And they had every like certain kids would preach on certain Sundays, so it was my turn to preach. And I sat there in my pastor chair, but with me realizing now, I sat on a pinpoint, I sat on a ley line, I sat on something that sparked that memory. Because when I sat in that chair, the whole church turned into a freaking like pyramid, and I could see the sun in the desert and the trees and the palm. It was just like everything around me, and it was unreal. And I was like, and when I woke up and they was calling my name to like, it was my turn to like preach, and I'm just like, wait, what? I'm stuck. I was stuck. I was stuck. I didn't even know I was stuck because I didn't like what just happened. I touched this damn chair and everything around me just turned to something else.
Shame.
So it was just from those moments like that, and then like I had to go home and not tell nobody else because I really thought some people was gonna think I'm crazy.
Shame. That's deep, Donnell. That's deep. And you know, I always say, you know, that it's a gift that you just came here with, bruh. It wasn't nothing that could be given to you. It ain't nothing that you can really learn, bruh. It's just, it hits you at certain points, bruh, and it just do. And that's an indelible experience to create you into who you is today. You understand what I'm saying? And I think we all had some type of similar experiences or something like that. Like when I was young, I could touch people and feel the shit. Like, you understand? So church used to be something because I could touch the pastor and tell. You understand? Like, so it's just, and I think it's got to do with the neuronal pathways again, and neuromelanin and melanin, the physics of melanin, like what Bobby Hemmitt was saying, and the UV radiation, and how we were on the earth at certain geographic locations, and how that energy was hitting us, and what our genetic code is. And I think all of that shit was predefined, y'all. I don't think it's by no mistake, because it can't be just us having so many similar experiences, different people from different walks of life, different locations, different even bloodlines, but certain things happen. And it wasn't no set time, like you could be like, oh, on March 1st, and it, you know, it's gonna happen to me. Like, no, it just happened, and then you just deal with that. You understand? So you know something had to set that it's got to be innate. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's got to really be a God code, because ain't no way that in the physical reality that hits you like that. You understand what I'm saying? And I done had similar experiences to that too when I was young. You understand, that accent and preach and playing like you understand what I'm saying? Like, all of these things mean something. They were supposed to happen like that. Very interesting.
Yeah, I bet we all have a story or more than one just like
Yeah,
that. I know
definitely.
I do.
And I think what's so crazy about it is that I've talked to people who have had stories like that who aren't conscious and who are still caught up in religion and ain't awakened yet. So that's how I know, like, you can only go as far as you set yourself, you understand? So I'm like, them people might not fully awaken in this lifetime, but they did have an awakening experience, but then something, you understand, they're not ready to go to the next level. And then it's like some of us already done pushed ourselves there. You understand what I'm saying? So it's all preordained, I think. Like, I don't think everybody got their own cadence, you understand, or their own algorithm to it, but it's similar experiences, but it's all self-determined and self-defined. Like, it's the way I look at it. Well,
See, I got something else to say though. It was, and I don't know if anybody else been picking up on it, but ever since you had got picked up with that situation, and when I looked at certain movies, I was looking at Captain America. I was looking at even like the funny joint with Keke Palmer and somebody else. I forgot her name, but like in those movies, they all and it's in other movies too. And I'm like, yo, they all together. They all was like, because in Captain America, they said, oh, we will all work together. We will all get together to work together. But I heard what together, and it's crazy because at that moment, I'm like, to work together, to get her, not together. They all working to get her.
Mm-hmm. You could see the messages in the quantum. Yes.
Yo,
Mm-hmm.
I said, and even when you remember when and I've been seeing it. You remember when I was breaking down like the whole movie titles or the movie episodes and things like that? It's self. If you really pay attention, the things that self would tell you, it's like, I mean, it's really right there in your face. But when he said that, to get her, I said, yo, to get her. Even at the end of the Keke Palmer movie, she was like, and we would work and we would do it together to get her. And then in this other movie, they were saying we would do it together. It's to get her. They all working together to get her.
Yeah, it was really real. That was the truth, y'all. They really, because it was a real cosmic time up until when he did that thing. But see, we trumped them because for some reason I knew they was getting ready to snatch me, y'all. I was talking about it. Like, I was like something. You understand? Like, I felt it. So I told everybody to go ahead and do their reclaims and put them in there. And then the way I set it up, I was like, if we couldn't have a group consensus just because we had the members, remember, I was like, that's enough. So it was kind of like I was setting it up in a way where even if I wasn't here to see it, if you put your stuff in there, then you could still get the raw claim during that period of time. And yo, when I'm telling you, they were sending so many codes through the quantum, and I was just reading like I was seeing it in movies. You understand what I'm saying? Like the little stuff, you understand what I'm saying? And I was really like going through it. Like, it was so many demons they tried to, so many outcomes I had to change, y'all. Like, literally really was almost a victim of a sexual assault. Like, it was some real deal high arc demon shit I was going through in there, all because they was upset because of that reclaim stuff that I did. It changed everything, y'all. It changed everything. But we was ordained to do that. And it was ordained to be those people that did it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it was those specific people was supposed to come back together at that specific time to get it done, and we got it done. And they still snatched me. And when I'm telling y'all, they try, y'all, it was. I just thank you, Donnell and Ashel and all of y'all who was manifesting for me. You understand, Stedman actually came in the spirit plane. You know, I could feel y'all manifesting for me in there because y'all, they was really trying to kill me. I'm not playing. Like, if it wouldn't have been for what I know, you understand, in my brain, something would have happened to me. I guarantee you it would have been a Sandra Bland situation.
We wasn't letting that happen.
No.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
No, not on the time of the Cosmos. All they ended up being able to do was hold me for them 14 days, and then they had to let me go. But I'm telling you, they was on some real demon warfare shit in there. Like, it was some real heavy stuff. And you know it's got to be heavy stuff. Because if I'm a spiritual person and you going to lock me in a mental health facility, that's worse than a jail. But then on top of that, you got me in there with the inmates, the psychotic inmates from jail. And ain't nobody locked up. It's open door. All masculine. All men. You got some men in there that rape women, hate women, men in there that burnt black women alive, all kind of stories I was hearing. That's where you put me in. And them men wasn't locked up. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they walking around like, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I almost feel like though, even a demon will not fuck with you. They will see you and know you.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
I'm in there talking with the demons. This what I'm telling you. It's like, that's what I say, like, unless I went through that, I wouldn't have known that I was as powerful as I was. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I knew I was powerful, but until I went in there, I realized that I really hadn't touched the realm that is beyond, you understand what I'm saying, what they talk about in books, because I was able to communicate with the demons, understood exactly what the demon was telling me. It was in a man or whatever, and he was talking about all of these experiences and talking about Paris Hilton and all of them sacrificing babies to him and stuff, and he was talking about, and it was a real high art demon that just jumped from body to body and had jumped on that man and was telling, and see, demons can be in more than one place at one time and more than one body, you understand? And he was just talking about all the experiences, was talking about Bohemian Grove and stuff, and I knew this man was telling the truth. And people was looking at him like he was crazy, and I'm like, no, he just got a demon on him, a real demon. But the demon couldn't harm me. The demon was charmed with me. Do you hear me?
Right, because the shit that the fact that you sitting there and you understanding it.
Yeah. And then it became like towards the end, you understand, they started actually calling me in the room with certain people to try to calm them down because I could understand them. It was crazy weird, y'all. And then they let me go. Now I'm supposed to be in there as a patient. You come to get me out of my room. Like, can you come in here and see if you could talk to Simon and calm him down? But I understood what they was, y'all, like a lot of them was talking about real nigga shit. Like they was talking about getting attacked by Elon Musk and stuff on the quantum plane. They was talking about the Baphomet. They was talking about the AI taking over the world and stuff. And they was trying to program their brain. They was telling the truth, man. Some of them was getting attacked by demons. One lady was like, it was a lady that kept on, the girl that was in there was like, she keep on getting attacked by, she kept on calling them shadows. The people say she's schizophrenic. That girl ain't schizophrenic. She telling the truth. I saw one right on her back, slept with her, look, slept in the same room with her, okay? Saw the shit come from behind her back, wave, and go right back. They be on your back. Ain't shit you could do for them in there, you understand? Like, they ain't got none of the shit in there to help you really get shit off nobody.
Right.
So shit, I just wrapped my hair up in a turban, y'all. Like, I wrapped my hair up. I took a bed sheet. I'm not lying, because you can't have anything on your head, but they had to let me wear that shit on my head. And I took a bed sheet and I just wrapped it up like a turban. And it was like, when I was going through it, that's how I know something gonna happen in New York. I was having all of these visions like that, and I even looked like that ancestor a little bit. You know, Lady Liberty, the real Lady Liberty with the little turban.
Mm-hmm.
I was seeing her, you understand? Like, I look just like her going through there. You understand what I'm saying? And I think that was also like a big symbolism too, because at that time, that's when they was having all of those election rituals. And remember, we was taking back the US and the quantum. And then I got the little thing like the real original Lady of Liberty, and it was just like I was going through a lot of stuff, and I saw the Lady of Liberty get destroyed. Like, I saw the Statue of Liberty get destroyed. But it wasn't like the destroyer that you think. You understand what I'm saying? It was like I was the Statue of Liberty. It was kind of like I was encased in the you understand, like the plaster was on me and I just burst out of it. You understand what I'm saying? Then I was just walking. It was a lot of experiences there, y'all, but I think that it was an indelible experience, but it really showed me how powerful I was, because I really do know that, like, these people really will come for you when you really is coming for them. Like,
that's facts.
It's real. You understand? Like, and I'm ready for it. Game on, bitch. You understand what I'm saying? But just to have the experience, to actually go through it, and to actually have to like use my mind and like battle on that level, y'all. Like, cause them people, I was battling. Like, they had hit me with like haloperidol like 2 times. You understand? Those are antipsychotics. You understand? But when you in a quantum state, you understand, and they hit you with that stuff, it's extra rough. You understand? Like, it was a lot going on. But I say that to say this, like, whatever happened to you, you gonna be ready for it, motherfucker. Now, whatever they do, you gonna be ready for it, bro. And you gonna whoop their ass too. Just know that.
I wonder where they house you at. I wonder, was your body, you know what I'm saying? When I mean, was your body close by?
Probably. Because I know Nefertiti's body is over here. Like, they got a whole, like, y'all, it's a lot of shit going on here in Augusta, and it's definitely underground temples, because we sitting on a whole aquifer and we can get water. We can get water from an aquifer. So, if we got underground water, then we got underground tunnels, lime, and all of that type of stuff through here. And it's a military base here, y'all. So, it's ancient temples here. And, one thing about it is, like, the symbolisms was crazy, because when you in the quantum, you realize, like, When you fighting in a geographic location here, it's a different geographic it's something that's happening up there too. So like I'm fighting down here, it look physical, but up there it's a real fucking fight. So for them 14 days, I'm fighting for real. You understand now? If I would have lost, it would have manifested and they'd have done something to me.
Right.
And it's so crazy because like the symbols was all showing me that, and it was like, it was two-way crazy because it's almost like I was playing out the same reality of what happened to Nefertiti, but it was a different outcome. That's how I know like a lot more happened with her story than what they put in the books, bro. Cause Neff was trying to get, like, it was like when I got that quantum, that connection, then I kind of remember what happened. And I was in here, y'all, and I was literally simulating like everything that I had in my room. If you notice, my room is empty now because everything's in storage. But y'all, if y'all would have, like, if I could have showed y'all my room at really point, it looked like a funerary temple, like what would have been in ancient Egypt. Remember, I had the mask and everything, all the brushes, the incense, all of this stuff in here, all of the jewelry and stuff. Y'all, I literally was simulating what happened to her, y'all. But I think that they got some of her genetics. I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm still like fucking with the quantum on that. But